You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Yes, we are an hour plus late. Oh boy, Z, what happened? Life happened. Y'all already know. Couldn't make it reckless. We still a bit reckless, even though I don't have the reckless background up right now. Y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. For those of you who clicked the link and had the unfortunate pleasure of reading through the comments for the link in the description. Oh boy, wasn't that fun? Miss Tanika got things to say. Oh boy. Is she correct? Of course not. And we got facts and figures to back it up, but that's besides the point. Huh? Shout out to Miss Tanika. Shout out for the Black Girl Sass. We gonna address a bunch of things you said, Miss Tanika. Oh boy, black women and that just insufferable sass. Shout out to black women. Oh boy. Huh? So we will be responding to Miss Tanika. Miss Tanika was responding herself to this video. And shout out to Miss Tanika.
Going to Morehouse College taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is. Classism is keeping a lot of us single. And I don't hear us talk about that enough as we're having these conversations on these apps about the high rates of singleness amongst us super educated and us super successful black adults. We need to introduce into the conversation the role that classism plays in keeping us single. Because the truth is, a lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single not because they've never met someone who makes them feel safe. They're single not because they've never met someone they find to be substantive. They're single not because they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. A lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single because they haven't met someone who meets their family's ideals of suitable. And that's something we need to talk about when we're having these think pieces about the high rates of singleness amongst super educated, super successful black adults. It's that it's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel safe. It's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. They haven't met someone who matches their family's ideals of suitable. And this post is not an attack on standards. Have your standards. I have my standards. But when we're having conversations about singleness, let's be honest about how our standards are keeping us single. Like, the truth is, classism is keeping a lot of us cold at night, and classism is keeping a lot of us from considering people we actually might be compatible with.
Now, shout out to our brother, Miss Tanika, and a number of black women, college-educated black women in specific, felt attacked, right? They felt attacked. I feel attacked. I hear you, ladies, right? They felt like he was speaking to them, and he might have been. Was he 100% wrong, though? Miss Tanika has something to say to this. So we will be responding to Miss Tanika. We're going to be playing what she had to say. Oh boy, brace yourselves, people. Brace yourselves. Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And let's play Miss Tanika responding to the young man. Actually, before we play that, let's play a lighter skinned young lady responding. She pretty much said in a short order what Miss Tanika is going to take 30 minutes. I fast forwarded. Don't worry. This young lady's going to say in 30 seconds what it took Miss Tanika to say in 30 minutes. Mr. Z don't got much negative to say about being long-winded because Mr. Z is, well, Mr. Z. So, continuing.
It's taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is.
It's not classism, it's capitalism. No one gets paid enough to live anymore. Broke niggas never needed help digging themselves their own grave. They treat women badly, and then they get upset when we won't settle for the bare minimum. All the black women I know in my entire life, my besties, my classmates, everybody I know, all the black women I know make six figures. It's niggas who don't have money. And if you want black women to settle for less, ask the men to treat us better. It's classism, it's classism. No one makes enough fucking money to live. And instead of organizing around that reality, y'all want us to settle for less and date broke ass niggas. No, I'm not buying the propaganda.
I want us to listen because she's playing a very interesting game. She said all the women she knows. That's real slick right there. That's real slick right there. not black women, because black women in aggregate earn less than black men in aggregate. Working black women earn less than working black men on average. Huh? So she's playing a very interesting game right there. Then if you want us to settle for less, essentially you got to be likable. I get what the young lady is saying. Huh? But we're going to play a series of clips to respond to that. So to the young lady who says it's the men are broke, talking about black men here. Well, we'll let Media Man answer that. Shout out to Media Man.
Let's deal with this moving goalpost narrative head on. First, the old story was black women out-earn black men. That lie was pushed for years until the numbers shut it down. In 2024, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that black men earned $1,002 per week, $52,104 annually, and black women earned $922 per week and $47,944 annually. That's an $80 weekly gap in favor of black men, and over a $4,000 gap annually. So let's go ahead and put it to rest. Black women do not out-earn black men. That narrative is finished. So what is the new narrative? Black men don't earn enough money to be considered head of the household.
And they also can't compete in their households because even though currently they are making more than black women, not enough to be considered. The gap in income between a black woman and a black man isn't enough for him to get the label of primary breadwinner. And he also feels like he can't sustain his household because even though he might be making more than his wife, the gap isn't big enough for him to say, I am the primary breadwinner for my family.
But let me ask you, what is...
I just want to kind of jump ahead of myself here by saying that's actually the real conversation. I just wish the women would grow a pair of ovaries and actually say it. That's the real conversation. The conversation was never, say it again, Z, never that black men didn't earn more than black women. That was the BS. That was the excuse. The actual issue black women have is that you don't earn enough to make them upper middle class, rich, and elite white women, politically, socially. Huh? To Miss Tanika, that's actually the issue. But y'all women too cowardly to outright say it. A handful of you will, but most won't. Huh? Once again, we'll finish playing Media Man. Go ahead, Media Man.
Let's deal with this moving goalpost narrative head on. First, the old story was black women out-earn black men. That lie was pushed for years until the numbers shut it down. In 2024, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that black men earned $1,002 per week, $52,104 annually, and black women earned $922 per week and $47,944 annually. That's an $80 weekly gap in favor of black men, and over a $4,000 gap annually. So let's go ahead and put it to rest. Black women do not out-earn black men. That narrative is finished. So what is the new narrative? Black men don't earn enough money to be considered head of the household.
And they also can't compete in their households because even though currently they are making more than black women, not enough to be considered. The gap in income between a black woman and a black man isn't enough for him to get the label of primary breadwinner. And he also feels like he can't sustain his household because even though he might be making more than his wife, the gap isn't big enough for him to say, I am the primary breadwinner for my family.
But let me ask you, what is considered enough? Enough compared to who? Nobody ever defines that. Black men earn more than Hispanic men, yet Hispanic men marry at higher rates. If income was a deciding factor, Hispanic men would be the least married, but they're not. Census data shows that black men outperform black women in 9 of the 12 categories tied to marriage readiness. Less student loan debt, fewer single parents, higher median earnings, more 100K earners, lower obesity rates, more business ownership, and higher marriage rates. That's not enough. That's stronger positioning.
Argument. There are almost 2 million more black women than black men, so of course black men will be married at a higher rate. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, there are about 2 million more black women than black men. However, this argument oversimplifies the marriage gap. In marriage, lifestyle choices and relationship history matter. Some women simply do not want marriage, while others disqualify themselves from the marriage market through their behavior, outlook, or unrealistic standards. Some black women also prefer non-black partners. A significant number are interested in marrying outside their race. For these women, their primary goal is not necessarily to marry a black man. Not every woman is seeking marriage at all. Pew Research has shown that black men express a stronger desire for marriage than black women, especially as they age. This means the marriage gap is not just about numbers, it's about demand, expectations, and compatibility.
But let's talk marriage facts. In 2023, Pew Research found that 36% of black men were married. 29% of black women were married. That's a 7-point gap, the largest between men and women of any racial group. In divorce, 25% of black women were divorced, separated, or widowed, as opposed to black men's 15%. So to put it in simple raw terms, there are over 610,000 more married black men than black women in the US. There are over 500,000 more never married black women than black men. So who really isn't marrying who? The numbers say black men are marrying more than black women. We're not going to stop there. Let's dig a little deeper. Pause. Black women file for divorce at the highest rate in America. That's why black women hold the highest divorce rate among all gender groups, and black men hold the highest divorce rate among men. But let's be clear, black men's high divorce rate isn't because they're unfit partners, it's because they overwhelmingly marry black women, who initiate divorce more than any other group. Despite this, 79% of black men still marry black women. That's loyalty. Even if you call it an ignorance of loyalty, black men commit to their women even knowing the risk. The data proves it. And before we move forward, let's revisit the head of household idea. Let's update it. Pew Research reports that in 74% of marriages, the wife works full-time or part-time. Almost 1 in 5 stay-at-home parents are now fathers. The modern marriage is built on cooperation, not on one partner carrying the entire financial load. And those numbers are for all races, to include white men and women. Successful marriages in 2025 often look egalitarian, with husbands and wives both contributing around $60,000 each. However, the man tends to make $2,000 more. The old sole provider model is no longer the dominant reality, especially in today's economy. So in conclusion, black men are not financially failing. They out-earn black women on average, produce more six-figure earners, and lead in key stability metrics. Black men are not avoiding marriage. They marry at higher rates than black women, and overwhelmingly choose black women even with higher divorce risk. The problem is not that black men don't earn enough. The problem is that black women have the lowest marriage rates, the highest divorce rates, and file for divorce the most. The excuses are over. Not incarceration, not education, not population imbalance, not income. The numbers prove the truth. Black men are loyal, marriage-minded, and marriage-ready. The question is whether black women will step up, address marriageability, and meet that loyalty with stability. Because the men, your black men, are already showing up. Peace.
And shout out to Media Man. Shout out to Media Man. Miss Tanika, we will start addressing you with that. Right? So we're going to let her speak. And as a matter of fact, before we get to that, I actually got to read that first, because I actually have an opinion on this. And all hell Balamuccio, also known as Pistol Pete, also known as Vincent Von Doom, says, Yosi, why do people use these words like quote unquote injured and quote unquote harmed so loosely and casually? This is, I would argue, a problem that this over therapy culture, Z making up words now, therapy culture, that the women have just, oh, they love it. It's a religion. They're throwing these words around that actually have real meanings. Shout out to Toya, shout out to Vince. Words mean things. These women throw these words around: traumatized, harmed, injured. Especially when they can't nail it down, when it's not so concrete. This mental health language, therapy language, and it's, look, when you're speaking about tangible things, who earns more, right? Who's more likely to be deleted at the workplace? Workplace injuries that equal, well, death. See, when you start having that conversation, it's going to lean to the men, unfortunately. And then that's going to be something to address. That means that we're going to have to center men in that part of the conversation concerning our humanity. The women don't want to do that. So they're always going to find something to center themselves. And that's not just a black woman thing. So then we'll start talking about things that you can't really nail down concretely. So we'll start speaking about emotional harm, right? Being wounded emotionally, being injured emotionally. And it's not like that's not a thing, but it's really difficult to measure. And guess what? Because it's difficult to measure, now the women got a foot in to, what about me? Oh boy. Huh? You gotta love it. These women want to play oppression Olympics so bad. Unfortunately, they don't appreciate black men got the gold medal for oppression Olympics, and everybody know it in America. Uh-oh. Black women could do the whole intersectionality thing, and one or two white liberals will entertain y'all with it. With that, maybe a couple of people of color, mainly women of color, entertain y'all with that. But for the most part, people turn on their TV, they see an innocent black man get blown away by a vigilante, get hunted by a vigilante, get deleted by a wayward police officer. Just about all of them are wayward. Anyway, yeah, right. they see the open discrimination against black men at the workplace, and it's not like it doesn't happen to black women. But if it's a competition, which I don't suggest, but if it's a competition, I mean, so it just makes it real difficult for black women to kind of speak about this intersectionality and these different intersecting forms of oppression that lead to everyone having to or should defer to them when it comes to injustice and civil rights violations and human rights violations. And so when we start speaking about these kind of difficult to kind of pin down and measure things like being emotionally wounded and emotionally harmed, and right, that's where black women come in with this type of talk. Yeah, Trell, that emotional space, safe space language, right? Yeah, that's where black women come in. So let's let Miss Tanika, I think her name was, right? Let's let her speak, and we'll talk about it on the other end. Here we go.
Black women have been very loyal, extremely loyal, more than any. And black women have been very loyal, extremely loyal, more than any other racial group in the United States. And then y'all get on the internet and do this. At this time, this is what you choose. Greetings and welcome to my channel. My name is Tanika. In case you're new here, Happy New Year. Well, when this video goes up, it will be the new year. My channel focuses on fashion and travel and beauty and yapping. In today's video, I will be yapping in a series I like to call Closet Confessions, where I talk about whatever's on my mind while I'm getting dressed for the day. And I'm super excited because this is a topic that I wanted to talk about for a while, but I didn't really know how to approach it. And I was like, do I really need to stay out of single people business? And the truth is I do. But those of you who are here watching, then you're like, you know what? Maybe she doesn't. Appreciate you. Okay, so there was this Morehouse man. He actually follows me, which I went on his page and it was like, oh, follow back. That means he follows me, which I was like, oh, okay. So he follows me. He starts the video off by saying he is a Morehouse man, Morehouse graduate. And, you know, he believes that classism is what's, you know, stopping people from getting married. And I scrolled. You know why I scrolled? Because I thought there was something wrong with my algorithm. Because why would that be on my For You page? But it has swept the black community over on TikTok. And I think women in general have been interested in engaging in this conversation. Some men have made response videos piggybacking off of this conversation that he is attempting to have online. Here's the thing. I have a few things to say. Don't know this man. Seems like a lovely man. Shouts out to him. But I do think there was a couple unintended consequences about this video. First of all, you know, in order to engage in this conversation with good faith, I think that it's interesting if you have the conversation from a black woman saying that she believes that some of the challenges in dating are because of, you know, aporophobia, or black people, you know, she found that she has internalized, you know, some disdain or contempt for poor men, or she might feel like, you know, that's a different conversation. I think from a man, and then you're saying you are a Morehouse man, those two things together doesn't equal this conversation is being had in good faith. You know what I'm saying? I think also using very big words, Elmo words, like classism. When classism is about wealth and systems of control, people are automatically going to shut down when it seems like he didn't say black women, but it almost, the way he was leading the conversation, it was very clear that he was basically signaling and saying to black women specifically that they should not be discriminating against poor men. That's what it seems like. Okay. Even though it wasn't directly said like that, but that's the way it was taken. And that's.
Now, y'all heard that. Black women should not be discriminating against poor men, as if black women aren't poor. Poorer than black men. In aggregate. As a collective. Huh? I just want everyone to know. Don't come to black men about, y'all date out more and y'all don't have loyalty to the black community. Clearly, black women don't have no damn community mindset. The only time they care is when some rich athlete or celebrity black man is with a non-black woman. We're having the poor conversation as if black women aren't black, and black women in aggregate are working class and working poor. If not just straight out poor. Barely middle class, upper middle class, don't make me laugh. Rich jokes, elite, stop it. In aggregate, in any significant number, actually. Huh? So to the black elders, miss me. But just to get for Miss Tanika, you want to talk about money in America and poor? All right.
Functionally, all salary data in the United States is worthless for a few reasons. Ultra-high earners heavily skew national averages upwards, which is why the average salary in this country is $64,000 a year, despite the median being 43. But even that 43 heavily skews our perception of the reality of compensation in this country. Taxes, insurance, and other payroll deductions can cause some serious differences in take-home pay depending on what state you live in. For example, Oregon has a high state income tax, while Washington has no state income tax at all. So someone making $100K in Portland would have nearly the same monthly take-home pay as someone making $80,000 a year in Seattle, because federal taxes and payroll deductions also increase with base salary. Now, obviously, rent, gas, groceries, etc., will vary from city to city and state to state, but that's kind of precisely the point. Salary is not equivalent to take-home pay or purchasing power across the board, and is why trying to calculate household income is another incredibly flawed metric. Our most recent data lists the median household income in America as $80,610, which douchebags who write personal finance books will then use to argue that every family has $5,000 disposable dollars every month to budget. Problem is, that's insanely not true. Household income combines the salary of every single person living in one unit. So if you have 4 broke-ass roommates who all make $10 an hour, then those 4 people will get marked down as living in an above median income household. From there, that household's nominal income, which is just the total amount of money that they have, gets adjusted with the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. Problem is, the Bureau of Labor Statistics then makes what's called a hedonic adjustment to the Consumer Price Index, which completely ignores inflation if a product got better in quality. So
Quick. Anyway, 64,000. I had to play this. Many of you have seen Mr. Z play this a couple of times already. $43,000 median income, Miss Tanika. $64,000 average. That's for all Americans. If that's the case for all Americans, what do you think the median income is for black people, and then for black women in specific? Why I'm framing this way is so we can dispel this idea that black women are being told to quote unquote date down and marry down. This narrative that continues to be propagated by these weirdo black women, that they're told to date down and marry down, to bum loser men. Huh? That's why I played the clip from Medium Man. Black men earn more, black men start more businesses, black men have more wealth. Don't worry, I have the Jason Black clip on deck. We're gonna play that too. Huh? Continuing.
Grand of you to say that. And here's the thing. He said black people, it was very clear he was talking about black women. Cut straight to the chase. He said classism, it was very clear he was trying to say aporophobia, and why women, specifically black women, he might think or feel, I don't agree with him, have a contempt for poor men, which is in a lot of ways rooted in misogyny, internalized gender roles, this idea that, you know, or patriarchy, not necessarily misogyny, I'm sorry, patriarchy, this idea.
Let's pause right there. Madam, I actually somewhat agree with you. In a weird way. It's not a black woman thing, it's a woman thing. Y'all detest poor men, not poor people. And if it is poor people, not as much as poor men in specific. Women detest poor men. If y'all didn't think that people would look at y'all weird, all the eugenics y'all would practice on poor men, it would make short mustache man blush. Women in specific. I didn't say nothing about no men. I didn't say anything about white men in specific. I said women, black women, white women, Latina women, Asian women. Oh, if y'all could press the goddamn red button on poor men, y'all would do it. Huh? If no one was looking and you didn't feel like you were judged, oh yeah, yes, madam, yes. Listen to women speak about men. Listen to women speak about men and money. Listen to women speak about working class and working poor and just straight up poor men the world over, but especially in the West and especially in America. Oh, y'all detest poor men. And yes, that includes black women, madam. Shout out to all those women, black women in luxury, to Miss Tanika. Y'all been way too damn loud, Miss Tanika. Miss Tanika, y'all been loud. Black women have been super loud on the internet, so you can't even deny what I just said. Just go down the black women in luxury rabbit hole and see how many of them are showing that they're enjoying their lives and they're traveling, and then they start talking about men. Oh, black men in specific. And then the little short mustache man starts popping over their shoulder because that's who they become. I did say black female neo-Nazis. Mr. Z's the one who coined that phrase. Concerning black men, oh man. Continuing.
Patriarchy, this idea that men are supposed to adhere to traditional gender norms, which are like be a provider, be financially secure, all of these things, right? I don't think if you layer that with the history of black people and then the history of women and specifically the history of black women in America, I don't think that label applies to aporia because it's not born out of the data. It is very clear that black women do not have a disdain for poor men. It's very clear. 1/4 of black women are the breadwinners in their home. The sole breadwinner, like 26% of black women. This is data that's been out there for years. More than any.
Yes, madam. But what you're also saying is that black men are the primary breadwinners in their homes with black women. Black men and black women who are married, black men tend to be, as represented in every other group, they tend to be the primary breadwinners. So you bringing up that 1/4 of black women are the primary breadwinners in their homes, you're doing what now? You're proving that you're not debunking your own point? Is it Z? It gotta be Z. I'm missing something here. Am I missing something here? If you're saying 1/4 of women, and are we also taking into account what women without a man? Are we talking about mothers? Is that factoring in? But okay, fine. Let's say it is married black women. 1/4 of them out earn their male spouse. So you're saying 75% of black marriages, the men either out earn or it's pretty much non-distinguished. Yeah, you know the equality y'all fought for. So you're saying y'all don't really want the equality y'all fought for in the marriage. Because that's what it looked like. I mean, that sometimes women are going to earn more than men, you know, because the job market and equality. Anyway, continuing.
1/4 of black women are the breadwinners in their home. The sole breadwinner, like 26% of black women. This is data that's been out there for years. More than any other group of women. That's a Fendi fact. You can look at the U.S. Census. I believe that over 50% of black women are either in like economically egalitarian homes, meaning they are 50-50 with their partner, who is almost always like in the 90 percentile, a black man. Black women are more likely than any other race of people to marry their racial gender opposite. They're more likely.
But is that because of loyalty? See, you say that. But is that because of loyalty? See, black women speak like Miss Tanika. Like, no, it's because Henry Cavill and Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth and name the white man they find attractive, they're all throwing themselves at black women, and black women are like, no, 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 I don't want the rich, tall, good-looking white man. I want to go back home to Pookie so I could curse him out and fuss him out and hate being in a relationship with him. But I'm so loyal to the black community, and I'm so loyal to black men that I'd rather be miserable with black men than advance my life with the tall, good-looking, rich white man. Cut it out, Miss Tanika. This is always the way black women frame it. We're so loyal to black men. It has nothing to do with the fact that non-black men ain't checking for us in any real number. Huh? Loyalty, you say? All right.
A very brief generalization. There's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And, you know, one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women or all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that you know, women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, et cetera, we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. You know, we have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than say white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, you know, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? And, you know, in our interviews, while there was plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So, you know, that's a sobering finding.
Right. So
Miss Tanika, is it loyalty? Notice what she said. Black men, that includes black men, men of color don't have this reverence for white women the way women of color, that includes black women, have a reverence for white men. Miss Tanika, is it that black women are more loyal? Or is it that the non-black men are not reciprocating? And yes, that is a world of difference. Loyalty does not equate to a lack of options. A lack of options and choices does not equate to loyalty, madam. It sound good, Miss Tanika. It sound good. Y'all see why the title is what it is. You get nothing. We gonna get to it. Continuing.
Within their race. Okay, and so here you are having a conversation that's really not a real conversation. And that's okay because it's TikTok and you can do that. But sometimes things do need to be shown in the data. And we have all this research out here. We have all this data. We have all this anecdotal evidence. We have all these conversations happening from generation to generation of black women.
You want to talk data with Z, Miss Tanika? Once again, black men start more businesses. Y'all heard fastest growing. Black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurs, and y'all lost y'all minds. It did not say black women start the most businesses. Black men still outnumber black women in entrepreneurship. Black men have more employees. Black men have more wealth. Black men earn more money just across the board, madam. But leave it to black women to try to convince themselves and others that they're quote unquote dating down. Loyalty to black men supposedly means that they got to date down, marry down. Some degrees in the soft sciences and they don't know how to act. Continuing.
Evidence. We have all these conversations happening from generation to generation of black women. And people still choose to get on the internet and make it seem like black women specifically are discriminating economically against black men. And that's just not the case. It's just not the case. And so in a lot of ways, the conversation wasn't originally had in bad faith. I mean, in good faith. It wasn't. It was had in bad faith. And so I think that's why it deteriorated, because it made it seem like it was a fact. And it just isn't a fact. It's not a fact, my dear. You can't make things up. Even on TikTok, you can't make them up. You know?
Madam, you're about to make up a whole lot of stuff. You already started. Continuing.
And that's your opinion. And people are like, oh, people are entitled to their opinion. They're entitled to their opinion, but it needs to say lies detected at the bottom. We need an AI warning. We need something that says this is not a fact, right? Because
should we be doing that for you also, madam? Continuing.
The AI warning. We need something that says this is not a fact, right? Because what happens is people start to run with this narrative, and black women are already marginalized and maligned. And I don't think his intention was to malign black women, but it was very clear his intention was not to protect black women. And to me, what's crazy is a lot of cis.
Protect black women gotta mean kiss they ass. Protect black women that's what it has to mean. That protect black women gotta mean, it has to mean protect them from the consequences of their own words and actions. Protect black women, it has to mean that black women are infallible in relationship to everyone, but particularly black men. Black women are infallible. Protect black women it has to mean placate them at all times. That's what it has to mean. Because for her to admit that she believes he didn't mean to harm black women, but he surely didn't mean to protect black women. Oh my, what does protect black women mean? Black men, I just want you to appreciate black women speak like you're the fragile one. Oh, you are the fragile one. You are the weak one. At least you're the one that's weak of spirit. You're the one who's not loyal. You're the weak one. You're the fragile one. And they love this word. You're the one that's coddled. Video after video of vigilante racist people deleting black men. The Innocence Project, every other day, a black man is being released from prison. 15-year bid, 20+ year bid. Oops, sorry, DNA test proves that you weren't there for real. Oops. But you're coddled. Huh? Black men telling you how assaulting, I'm saying that word instead of the other word on purpose, assaulting their mothers in specific were to them, but you were coddled. Huh? We talk about the stud husband, the son husbands. I want to say stud husbands. Funny, not the right time. The son husbands, but we don't talk about the assault from mother to son. What does protect black women mean? It gotta mean placate. Huh? Shout out to black women. You know what black men are not signing up for, and actually, quite frankly, no man signing up for?
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Miss Tanika, grow a pair. Ooh, Z, I could do a whole lot with that statement. Grow a pair, madam, and just say what you really mean, because that's what you actually meant. Play it again, Z.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Excuse me, Miss Tanika, she actually said it. This is what you actually mean, by the way. You just don't got it in you to actually say it. Just say it. Don't worry, black men already know that's what y'all really believe and mean, and that's why black men are moving accordingly. Shout out to them interracial marriages and relationships coming from black men. Continuing.
Hetero men get pushed through on the internet. They get likes, they get followers anytime they engage in relationship content, because so many women are so impressed by the crumbs they give. They're so impressed by the little crumb that a black man opened his mouth and propped up his phone and said something, and he's halfway decent looking and he's educated, and so now he's garnering support and followers. Why? That's a part of patriarchy too. We won't go there, but we can. I think also getting lost.
Another one of these sassy ass remarks about how black women are so starved of everything from black men that the crumbs, they're getting full off of crumbs because black men are so horrible, so irredeemable, that the bare minimum, black women are just anything, please, just, oh my God, oh, look, he got a college degree, he makes $12 an hour, I'll take it. Because all the other black men are just so horrible. You gotta love the framing. You gotta love the framing. Black women will end up with God himself, if he's black, God himself. He'd be like, but it's the, I don't know. He think he all that. I mean, yeah, he like 13 feet tall, right? Yeah, he got a 15-inch member. Yeah, everybody bows to him. Yeah, he's the wealthiest person to have ever lived and will ever live. Yeah, he could turn water into wine and he walks on water, but I mean, he need to turn down that arrogance. Huh? You gotta love it. Oh, you gotta love it. Continuing.
I think also getting lost a little bit in this conversation is, people keep stating that, income has nothing to do with wealth. Wealth has nothing to do with income. I think a little bit of that is just a circle. Wealth, especially income parameters, income requirements, income standards, like class standards, what is poor, what is middle class, what is upper middle class, is not readily defined for black Americans. And I do think that black Americans, when we're having this conversation, we have to stop trying to compare ourselves to our white counterparts, because I think it's just not a productive conversation. Like, well, you don't own a boat, where you're not, you're not 7 generations wealthy. So what are we talking about here? We can have a conversation around class, perception of class, without having to constantly deteriorate into conversations around like vis-a-vis whiteness and versus white people. But I think the even better conversation, because class amongst black people is so fluid, is to really talk about it from an elitism perspective. So much of, I think, what he was trying to say, if I was being generous to him, and I'm really not generous to men, but if I were being generous to him, I would say that.
Hey, let that honesty spew out, madam. I'm not really generous to men. To all you technocrats, to all you supposed black elders, these are your daughters. Miss us with, oh, why are so many black men dating out and marrying out? They're not loyal to the black community. These are your daughters. Right? Y'all let these little weird, snarky, sassy comments just fly. Black men are just supposed to overcome that. And black men said no. This is why I say let them talk. Let Mr. Z pat himself on the back. This is why I say let them talk. This is why I say the internet will expose us all. Y'all can't say that black women ain't talking like this. Whatever excuses y'all want to come up with, Everyone from the Alvins, from waving the red flag, the FD signifiers, the conscious Lees, the Omeezies, the Lil Bills, the foreign mans, Andrewism, all these folks. We're supposed to ignore this because we're men, right? If she doesn't have to be a lady, then we don't have to be gentlemen. She doesn't have to be generous. Now y'all see the title. You get nothing. If she doesn't have to be generous, then so. Black men don't have to be generous.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
She said she's not generous to men. She's specifically speaking about black men at this moment. We hear her, we will be moving accordingly. Why I play these women in their own words is so that no one can say, because, the first year or so on Mr. Z's channel, struggling, that's technology. We still struggling. We still with a Velcro budget right now, but we've been pretty good with the technical difficulties. Now it's just owner operator problems for the most part, right? Talking about that, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I play these women in their own words. I download their clips. I either play the video of them or I play the sound clip of them in their own words, so that even if they delete this in the future, no one can say Mr. Z made this up. If we see this young lady in 10, 15, 20 years, her romantic love life isn't that great, no one can say that it's because of black men or no black man ever stepped up. Her words, right? We document these things for our sons and our daughters in the future. We document these things so that these folks do not get to rebrand in 10 years and be like, oh, I don't know what I was always just looking for love, and the black men and colorism and futurism, and then this you? Isn't this you from 10 years ago? Isn't this you from 8, 7 years ago? That's why we document these things. That's why Mr. Z says, let them talk. Because eventually they're going to end up saying one of these little sassy, snarky one-liners they think is so cute. And their girlfriends online clapping like eels. If you read through the comments for this, oh my God. The same old with the standard issue, black women always told to settle. Why are black women always the ones that's told to settle talk?
But my thing is, like, I don't understand the obsession with trying to make black women settle so much. Y'all don't do this with any other community. Like, seriously. Y'all don't do this with any other community. Do y'all tell white women that they should settle? Because last time I checked, anytime a white girl marries a black man, it's always when he's at his best and when he's rich as hell. You think Kim Kardashian was going to marry Kanye while he was broke and didn't have any money? You think Kanye would have had a chance with Kim then? Or you think Kanye had a chance with Kim when he was a multi-million-dollar rapper? Let's be real. Like, y'all don't say this to any other group but us. We're tired of settling. We're tired.
And as many of you say in the comments every time I play that clip, actually Kanye West was $53 million in debt when him and Kim Kardashian got together. Why that's important to mention here is it speaks to how black women view black men's interracial relationships in marriage. When black men, excuse me, are in interracial relationships, black women they have this narrative playing in their heads that black women are always told to struggle with black men. Non-black women get the best of black men. They get black men in their prime. They get the pick of the litter of black men. They get prime choice black men. Black women, on the other hand, are told to struggle with the loser black men, the bum-ass black men, who once he's doing well financially, he's going to leave her for a white woman. Once he get on, he going to leave your ass for a white girl, right? And that's what we're told. That's why I played that. That's another reason why I played that clip, to emphasize how wrong they are. That what the example she used with Kanye is very important, because actually, no, Kanye actually was in the struggle. Nah, that's doing too much. Kanye wasn't in the struggle, but he was in debt. Actually, Kim Kardashian helped to dig him out of that debt. That says a lot, black women, but black women ain't doing it, right? Because Waiting to Excel and whatnot, and Angela Bassett's character and whatnot, and yeah, yawn. Continuing.
Has observed some forms of elitism. He has observed maybe women acquiring degrees and having a different set of standards, and some of their standards don't include working class men or men who have a certain set of experiences. That's fair. My thing is this. When it comes to black women and the elitism allegations, I'm not trying to beat it.
Yes, y'all heard right. Oh, she about to go on a tirade in a minute. Yes, y'all heard right. You heard correctly. She said, when it comes to the elitism allegations, I'm not trying to beat it. Y'all heard correctly. Continuing.
Hear me? Some people are online trying to do this and that, and ism, you hear ism at the end of something, and you trying to beat it. Here's the thing. My great-grandma and her great-grandma before her, they paid the price. Do you understand? They were with men who were struggling and had poverty issues and all those issues. And a lot of it was systemic. It wasn't a measure of their, personhood. It wasn't a measure of their work ethic. It was a lot of times a measure of their skin color, right? And so we're not going to sit up here and act like we don't understand and we don't get it. We get it. I get it. I totally get it. But as for me and myself, okay, as one of the few black women who has acquired education and a certain set of experiences and have clawed my way out of poverty, I was not invested and interested in going back. Do you understand? Not with myself, not with a man. Hello, some.
I want to say this to all the elders. I want to say this to all of you who have nothing but contempt for black men, or at least critique for black men. Okay, fine. You can hear the resentment in her voice. She had to work hard to get where she is. Nothing wrong with that. We still owe her nothing, though. We don't owe her being on her level. She better go get it from some white man. She better go get it from one of her white coworkers. She better go end up with one of these white or Latino dudes. We don't owe her that. She better end up with another woman. Shout out to whatever one of you brothers doing anything with this. You get what you get. See you in divorce court, player. Continuing.
Back. Do you understand? Not with myself, not with a man. Hello, somebody. So it wasn't necessarily like I was actively choosing a man who was wealthy or rich or could observe these class hierarchies and systems and could control. No, it was about, for me in my house, I wanted, if you came from poverty, I didn't necessarily have a problem with that. But I needed you to be just as tenacious and ambitious as I was so that you could claw your way out of it. It was the dog in you for me. Okay. It was never necessarily about, what you had acquired per se, but
I don't want to hear nothing from no black woman about the European beauty standard when black women are out here using Milton Friedman and marketized language. Huh? Huh? When you're using hustle culture language straight out of a European American white man mouth, you don't get to speak about the European beauty standard. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. You sound like a Negro peeing. If this don't sound like a Negro peeing, you tell me what does. Huh? Nothing wrong with her having standards. Absolutely nothing wrong with them. If this is the lens she chooses to view the world through, black men in specific through, there's nothing wrong with that. But you don't get to claim any. If I don't care what a black man say he like. If it's a straight up, if a black man say I want me a blue-eyed, blonde-haired white woman, you know, do you see the colorism? Preference talk. When you speak like this as a woman, as a black woman, you open that door. Yes, Mr. Z made that correlation. You damn right. Continuing.
I wasn't searching for poverty. I wasn't there looking for poverty. I was there looking for some form of stability. And sometimes it was generational stability I was looking for. I'm not trying to beat the allegations. Y'all are. I'm not trying to beat the allegations. I don't think there's anything wrong with some black women choosing different than their foremothers chose. It's so many black women right now today who all they need is a black man who is 6 feet, beard connect, love Jesus, got a little something with a job.
She mentioned 3 things just now, y'all. 3 or 4 things, right? 6 feet, beard connect, love Jesus, got a little piece of a job, something like that. She said 4 things. Okay, fine. 2 of those things are biological and you can't help. Well, damn. You gotta love. Even when black women think they got you dead to rights, they gonna say something off. So we controlling our height now, and whether our beard connect. Oh, and this is why they're single. The most chronically single group of people in America. This is why they're single. No wonder y'all so single and miserable, pretending like you're not. And by the way, no one believes you. When I say no one believes you, I mean like no one. Outside of other black women playing with you, white women don't believe you. White men don't believe you. Black men don't believe you. Non-black or white people don't believe you. Your own children don't believe you. Your house pets don't believe you. Your cat and your dog are tired of your ass. No one, dear black women, nobody believes you. No one believes you. She said 6 feet, beard connect, Mr. Z, beard connect. Mr. Z ain't 6 feet, though. Love Jesus. Mr. Z was raised Catholic. And got a piece of a job. Mr. Z got more than a piece of a job. Or some sort of job, whatever, however she framed that. But you gotta love it. Oh, you gotta love it. That too. Vince says, your therapist don't believe you. Say that. Oh, man. Continuing.
Experiencing are not astronomical. And they still come.
She said that's not astronomical. 2 of the things you can't help. She lists 4 things, half of which, literally 2 of the 4, half of which you cannot help. And she said, essentially, this is bare minimum talk. It's the bare minimum. 6 feet and beard connect. These are things that all men cannot help. You don't decide how you come off the conveyor belt of life. And you don't decide how you are formed in the womb. You do not decide which eeny, meeny, miny, mo, depending on what you believe in, the universe or God. You don't decide that. You do not decide that crapshoot that's going to decide your looks, your hair texture, your eye color, your height, whether your beard connects, how soon male pattern baldness shows up. You don't decide any of that. Out of 4 things she lists, 2 you don't decide. That's 50%. Madam, this is why black men say y'all are delusional. And she's been like, oh, this is just bare minimum talk. Okay, yeah, that's it. The most chronically single group of people, everyone. This is why Mr. Z is covering this. This is a gold mine. This brother tried to talk about classism, and this is the response. And y'all ain't hear nothing yet. Oh, it get worse. Continuing.
Complaining. The men are still complaining, and the overall statistics for the group is not astronomical, and they still get on the internet and complain because they don't have access to every single group of black women. You're not going to have access to any group. What group of women of any race can you have access to across all economic? You can't. There's no group.
This is a straw man argument. Is this what black men are saying? So you're trying to tell me the bum sleeping on his mother's couch at 45, his problem is that he can't pull him in an elite black woman? That's really his argument? That's black men's argument. Is that the homeless brother can't name the rich, successful black woman? This is a straw man. We're not making this argument. That's why you pivoted. That's not the argument. You yourself said this brother is Morehouse educated and yada. So you're saying that he's making the argument for bum ass dudes and then making it seem like it's a class argument. And the issue that black women have is that they have their college degrees and they don't want to quote unquote date down to bums and losers. Huh? That's the issue. Meanwhile, the truth of the matter is, shout out to Jason Black.
Tonight's program is going to be about survival sex and the fact that the majority of women today are engaged in survival sex and the men around them don't understand that you are the key to that survival. And once your usefulness has been expired, you'll be discarded because it is not about true love. It is about true struggle and true business. We're going to move very, very fast with these facts and figures here tonight because we're going to run through them. We have a lot to take care of here. And this is going to be an appropriate bookend to my previous program, The Wealth Killer. Survival sex. First of all, as you can see on your screen here from Black Enterprise Magazine, Black and Latino women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. Now, it has been years and years and years since we have ever had an opportunity to get this particular stat. Now that it's come to us, I feel like it's necessary to go ahead and review that. This is from the Federal Reserve of St. Louis. This is not from some think tank, and this is not from some news organization. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And as of this year, they report that the gender wealth gap of never married adults shrank in 2022. Yeah, but that's counting everybody. It's once we start digging off into the numbers, the things start getting absolutely cataclysmic. It says here that Black and Hispanic women have little wealth. Now, this is from the article you just saw in Black Enterprise Magazine. They're referring to this report from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. I want to go through this right quick. Breaking down the data by race and ethnicity revealed that never married. Now, these are among people who have never been married, been single their whole lives. White men had the highest median wealth at $40,000. Race and ethnicity were important to consider when looking at wealth gaps because such disaggregation, look it up, usually exposes more substantial financial gaps. Indeed, never married Black women had just $3,300 in median wealth. Never married Hispanic women had $5,600, and never married white women had $31,000. For every, this is what it really breaks down to right here. For every dollar of median wealth held by never married white men, never married Black women, and never married Hispanic women, Black women had 8 cents. And never married Hispanic women had 14 cents, respectively. Damn. This is not from some news organization. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. You can see the chart right here. You can see the chart right here. And what it shows you here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you can see this. Among those who've never been married, you take a look at the rate for Black women, 8 cents. You take a look at the rate for Hispanic women, 14 cents. You take a look at the rate for Black men, 21 cents. What I'm telling you here, right there, is that single Black men, never married Black men have 3 times the wealth of Black women. This is not Jason Black saying this. This is not the Manosphere saying this, although they'll all probably be talking about this next week because this is the program that they love to hate and hate to admit that they watch. Now that they're all passing around my vernacular, they hate to admit they watch this. But by the way, here's the facts and figures and analysis you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. This from the Federal Bank of St. Louis. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to put the link to that article in the chat room there, so you all can look that up for yourselves. For those of you watching live or recorded, you can click on that link in the chat, and that will bring it up for you. From the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. That's not me talking. For years and years, I have wanted somebody to compile these numbers. I have wanted somebody to do a survey to compile this number among never married. See, there's a whole bunch of noise out there and pollution put out by governments and news organizations in order to block and cloud this
and
particular
black women.
number. So when somebody attempts to go bandying in front of you about allegedly how much better than black women are doing, what I'm telling to you is it's lies and garbage, and they don't ever tell you this. It isn't about who went to college. It's about what you made when you left. And then you figure out whether or not it was just simply a fool's errand to even go. Understand, tonight's program is very educational and needs to be educational for you here. And those are the numbers sitting in front of you. But there's even more to it here. There's even more to it. What I want to go into here next, because there's a bunch of factors that people talk about, but they're never really truly honest about it because they can't afford to be.
Miss Tanika, did you hear that? Huh? And for those of you who want to know what we're responding to, we are playing Miss Tanika, and she is responding to the video that made its rounds. Was that a week ago or a week or two ago about classism? It was a brother that mentioned classism. So we're going to play a couple of clips and then we'll get back to it. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm going to read that super chat in a minute, Trail, and then I'm going to get to you, Arena Revised. I did not forget about y'all. Continuing.
Going to Morehouse College taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is. Classism is keeping a lot of us single. And I don't hear us talk about that enough as we're having these conversations on these apps about the high rates of singleness amongst us super educated and us super successful black adults. We need to introduce into the conversation the role that classism plays in keeping us single. Because the truth is, a lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single not because they've never met someone who makes them feel safe. They're single not because they've never met someone they find to be substantive. They're single not because they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. A lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single because they haven't met someone who meets their family's ideals of suitable. And that's something we need to talk about when we're having these think pieces about the high rates of singleness amongst super educated, super successful black adults. It's that it's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel safe. It's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. They haven't met someone who matches their family's ideals of suitable. And this post is not an attack on standards. Have your standards. I have my standards. But when we're having conversations about singleness, let's be honest about how our standards are keeping us single. Like, the truth is, classism is keeping a lot of us cold at night, and classism is keeping a lot of us from considering people we actually might be compatible with.
Brother, the women said they're okay with that. They would rather be single. Mr. Z said, we would rather you be single too. The problem is that the women can't shut the hell up while they're single. They're miserable, pretending like they're okay, spreading their toxic filth, being sassy and smug to other women who decide to chill out, end up with a man, get on a man program, and settle down. They make little slick-ass, sly-ass comments. God forbid that woman end up breaking up with that man or it doesn't work out. Oh, the jokes they gonna have for her. So, brother, the women are perfectly okay with not ending up with the man. Their rose toy will do them just fine. Pun intended. Their rose toy will do them just fine. They just can't shut the hell up and let everybody else live. Huh? The women in relationships, in marriages, got to show their solidarity with the single women, so they talk crap about men. The single women, oh, you know single women gonna keep other women single. Black women, oh yeah, single black women definitely gonna keep other single black women, well, single. They got this whole, hey, we're sisters. I can't do a version of the Wayans brothers. I tried to freestyle it. I couldn't do it. Anyway, yeah, no, this is how black women in specific, this is how they talk. This is how they play. This is how they play the game. This is how they show their solidarity with each other. This is how they pay fealty to sisterhood. This is how they play the game. Yeah. So we are playing Miss Tanika. That's the young lady on the screen right here, responding to that young brother. And y'all still ain't hear nothing yet. Yeah? And talking about that, let's read Trell's comment. And Trell says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Trell says, Yitch said her great grandma, and think you meant to say great great grandma. So black women have been enduring struggle, black men, since Reconstruction. Look, I've said this a million times, Trell. You have heard me say this. Black women, for them to spite black men, for them to say the most egregious, insulting, rageful thing about black men, they don't care if they rewrite history. I just want black men to appreciate how far a lot of black women are willing to go. These same people appreciate the rewriting of history, black history concerning the history books in Texas and in Florida. They understand the precedent that it sets. They understand the danger, right? They understand that. But then these same black women, when they're speaking about black men, oh, they will rewrite history like a mug. Your granddad, your great-great-granddad, who was baby daddy number 4, oops, took your great-great-grandma in, raised those other kids like it was his, let her talk all type of crazy to him. Huh? Maybe even let her assault him. Y'all know what Mr. Z is saying, which is a real thing, and there's records of this. Quiet is kept in the black community. Black women are perfectly okay with rewriting that history and making it seem like great-great-granddad was out here knocking great-great-grandma upside the head just to spite you. Yes, Trell. You let that color purple narrative, that is the narrative. That ain't a movie, that's a goddamn documentary. You let black women tell it. Huh? You let black women tell it. Color Purple was not a movie, that was a documentary. And black women will rewrite history on your ass. Granddad, great-granddad, every black man got blisters on his knuckles from assaulting some black woman. You let black women tell it. And we're not even going to talk about black women signing up to white women and that grape culture thing they were pushing a couple years ago. Yeah, they rewrite history and go all the way, as Trell said, yeah, going all the way back to Reconstruction. Black women have always been, if you were a black man, how you not struggling, Trell? He's a black man. He's a black man, he's not rich? Oh, that's the struggle. I mean, he can't make me white, so can at least he can make me rich? Oh, he can't make me rich either? Oh, that's struggle. That's struggle. Huh? Continuing.
All economic, you can't. There's no group of women that you can have access to across class. You can't, except for black women. And black men feel entitled to black women. And that is a problem. That is a problem. You are not entitled to any woman ever. I don't care if she is in your same racial group. You are not entitled to that woman. You are not.
But who's making that argument? Did I not just play the clip? Let's play the clip one more again. It's only about a minute and a half. Less than that, actually. Let's play the clip again. And y'all, okay, we're not even going to go off of the words. Y'all tell me if y'all even get him suggesting or implying that black men are entitled to black women just because they're black. And the loser of loser black men are entitled to the most upper echelon black woman. Your nephew who smoked out at your sister's house is entitled to Bob Johnson's daughter. Huh? You tell me if that's what this young man is saying.
Going to Morehouse College taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is. Classism is keeping a lot of us single. And I don't hear us talk about that enough as we're having these conversations on these apps about the high rates of singleness amongst us super educated and us super successful black adults. We need to introduce into the conversation the role that classism plays in keeping us single. Because the truth is, a lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single not because they've never met someone who makes them feel safe. They're single not because they've never met someone they find to be substantive. They're single not because they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. A lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single because they haven't met someone who meets their family's ideals of suitable. And that's something we need to talk about when we're having these think pieces about the high rates of singleness amongst super educated, super successful black adults. It's that it's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel safe. It's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. They haven't met someone who matches their family's ideals of suitable. And this post is not an attack on standards. Have your standards. I have my standards. But when we're having conversations about singleness, let's be honest about how our standards are keeping us single. Like, the truth is, classism is keeping a lot of us cold at night. And classism is keeping a lot of us from considering people we actually might be compatible with.
So outside of him maybe directing this primarily to black women, where do you hear any of this? Is it Z? Any of you ladies, my I don't know, 0.8%, 1.5% of female listeners, did any of you get from this some form of entitlement to black women and black women's bodies? Okay. Are you getting from Z some type of entitlement to black women or black women's bodies? So even if you didn't get it from that brother, are you getting that from Z? Okay. Are you getting from Z's comments some type of feeling of entitlement to black women or black women's bodies? All right. So where the hell is this lady getting this from? Huh? Where is she getting this from? If you're not getting it from the brother that I just played, that's the whole clip that's going around the internet. Okay. If you're not getting it from me, if you're not getting it from my comment section, what the hell is this lady talking about? Where are these black men that feel entitled to the masses of black women, particularly elite black women? Where are those men? Where are those black men? What is she talking about? Continuing.
Cultural similarities. Ask her. You're not entitled to her. And you're not entitled to tell her when and how she chooses love. I'm sorry. That's not how this is going to work. And I know it's worked like that in the past. And black women have been very loyal, extremely loyal, more than any other racial group in the United States. And then y'all get on the internet and do this. At this time, this is what you.
Once again, is it loyalty though? Huh? And when you say more loyal, we know Sadia Khan been out here scamming and cheating and all type of foolishness. But I think Sadia Khan has something to say about black men. Shout out to Nick Cannon.
Because even, we've even discussed that before too, because specifically in the black community, the idea and it makes a lot of sense where it's like you should maintain dating within your community. Mm-hmm. There's a safety in black men being with black women, but for whatever reason, black men often date outside of their community and have no problem dating, all types of women. So then we get the stigma a lot of times of one not wanting our own black women, which I don't believe is true at all. But because we make decisions outside of our culture and our right. Then we like, oh, well, you wouldn't mess with that white girl. Whatever happens to you, good, good riddance. And it's
it's like it's your own fault for choosing outside of your culture. But what I would say, and I think this is a really unfair rap that black men get, is I grew up with lots of black men. I grew up in London, lots of black men, and it's not the case of that they like other races or they don't like black women. It's just that they have access to every other race. Other races want them. Now there are Chinese billionaires.
Say it again. Say it loud.
It's not their fault. Other women want them, and I say this like I'm growing up in London. I moved to Dubai, and honestly, you can be an Arab girl, Chinese girl, white girl. You can be Hispanic. They'll all date black men. But now, when it comes to there's Indian men that are billionaires, there are Chinese men that are billionaires. They stay in their own race. Now, is that entirely because they, love their race, or is it because they don't have universal appeal? So the fact that black men are dating outside of their race, it's not because they love other races. I actually think they like black women more than anything. Yeah. It's just that other women flock to them and don't let them stay within their own race. I really don't. I see so many women whose dream is to have a child with a black man, or they just want a black man more than anything else. And they dream about it, they think about it, and even when they date white men, they'll talk about it. So like, what do you expect? It's not the same. They're not sitting there having conversations with their white guy and saying, can I get a hall pass for a Chinese man? They're not saying that. So is it really black men choosing white women, or is it that other... I don't believe it's their choice to be with other women. I think other women don't let them live like with just black women. And I think if you give a black man a choice, they will usually choose black women. Yeah. They usually will choose black women. Or if they go to other races, it's because she has black women features. It's not really because... So they love their blackness. It's just that we all love your blackness. And so you don't get a choice.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah, because I just don't like even when they say things like, oh yeah, the black men sleep with so many women and they're never faithful. Sorry, Bob, in your house, you would love to be unfaithful. You just can't. So like, it's just, I think it's not really about black men. I think it's the appeal they have and the testosterone. And I really think it boils down to masculinity. They exude more testosterone and masculinity than other races. So they become universally desired by women. Now, this is not all women. I'm just saying in general, they have more. You could travel to any country. You join Tinder, girls will match with you. It's any country. Now, if you do that same thing as like and I don't mean this to stigma, I'm saying this as a South Asian woman. If you say that as a Pakistani man or as a Vietnamese man, you don't have the same luck. So is it really you seeking other women or other women seeking you?
So
to Miss Tanika, that is a Middle Eastern woman letting you know, grew up in London, letting you know what we have are black women who've been lying to themselves for so long, they done forgot that it's a lie. For many of them, not all. The reason why y'all hear the same script from black women over and over and over again, they have convinced themselves, right? When you go through the comments for this on Instagram, it's black women say, because they see y'all as a fetish. Okay, you know what, ladies? Let's go with it. Instead of being in the black community where black women talk about you like Miss Tanika, excuse me, not Miss Tamika, Miss Tanika is speaking about black men right now. Now appreciate, we still live in an anti-black society. We know how many people view black men globally, including women of color. We know, we're not dumb. With that, for the non-black women who are open to black men, and they maybe do fetishize black men. Let's see, being around a woman who might fetishize you or being around a Miss Tanika, who speak of you as if you're a problem and a burden, and you are attempting to get her to lower herself for the masses of bum-ass black men. I wonder which one will the masses of black men choose? Huh? Continuing.
And do this. At this time, this is what you choose. I just think the conversation wasn't had in good faith. It just wasn't. Period. Hello. The reason why I know he wasn't talking to black men is because black men are not making strict economic requirements when it comes to who they date. In fact, there are so many black men with very specific, pedigree, doctors, lawyers, engineers, whatever the small percentage of black men that are meeting those statistics who are like highly educated, meaning secondary degree.
She definitely has to throw in whatever small percentage of black men that are meeting those requirements, your requirements, madam. Continuing.
That are meeting.
By the way, just to emphasize this to you, madam, we owe you nothing, madam. I just want you to appreciate we owe you nothing. Once again, to the title, you get nothing.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
You can make your little snarky comments, though, whatever small percentage of black men that meet this requirement. We owe you nothing. You owe black men nothing, madam. You and other black women owe when I say nothing, I mean nothing. No, you cannot maintain a community like this. Absolutely not. With that, black women already showed black men they ass. You owe black men nothing, madam. We get it. We understood you and other black women the first time. With that, black men owe you nothing. So you can make your little snarky comment, whatever small percentage of black men that meet the requirement. Yawn. Continue.
Those statistics who are like highly educated, meaning secondary degrees, who don't necessarily have kids when they're under 30, just like all of these like growing statistics of someone who can be the first generation in their family to establish some form of wealth, or even to build on some family legacy of like middle classness, right? Those metrics. So many of those men they're not making decisions based on the economic class of the woman. They're not. And that's across racial groups. That's across racial groups. And I would argue, and I don't know this to be fact, but I would argue black men, just like black women, are less likely to make decisions based on who they date and who they eventually marry based on their economic outcomes. A man can have a PhD in physics and be working at the top university and go scurry on down to Wendy's and date a woman at Wendy's because he doesn't want the emotional burden of what comes with a woman that is his economic and educational and social equal. He doesn't.
You mean a woman maybe like you? I wonder, why wouldn't the men of your class and educational background and accomplishments, why wouldn't they want to entertain a woman like you? I wonder, is it possibly the way you're speaking right now? It couldn't possibly be because many black women in specific who have accomplished whatever you've accomplished, madam, who are essentially your peers, they sound well like you. And so your male peers end up with women who are more understanding, compliant, pliable, agreeable, all the words y'all hate to hear as women, feminist women. I don't need you to claim it, madam. I said it. Or they date outside the black race. I mean, you get it right. They don't want to end up with a woman like you. You damn right. Have you heard yourself? Go get it from the white man, madam. Go get it. Go get it from the white man. Trust. Brad is waiting on you. Brad is waiting on you, and we want him to wait on you. We want him to pick you up, madam.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Continuing.
Jack and Jill, Martha's Vineyard, all this stuff, and they'll go marry a woman that didn't grow up like that, who isn't necessarily ambitious, doesn't necessarily have whatever statistics his family is looking for, just because she's light skinned with 3C hair.
And the color, it never fails for a sister that's darker than a brown paper bag. Oh, it don't matter what we talking about, we gonna come back around to colorism. You better believe it. Oh yeah, y'all know that was coming, right? Come on now, Black Manosphere, y'all know that was coming. You know she had to do it, and she said it with all the sass in the world, all the resentment in the world. Huh? Translation. The men that are on my level that's supposed to be with me, those men got the unmitigated gall to overlook me for the light brights. Huh? For the light brights. Oh, madam. So let's get this right. You sound the way you do. You think of black men. You think of success the way you do. Okay, fine. And you wonder why the men of your same socioeconomic standing are dating the light brights who earn less than them, or maybe dating outside the race. You wonder why? I'm not even speaking about looks right now. At least her looks. I'm not. Listen to you, Matt. Who is going to deal with this, man? If you don't go get you a goddamn white man, a dweeb-ass white man, and shut the hell up. Let us know what the real issue is. Tell them why you mad, son. I need to get a clip from the mad rapper. I really do. These women be talking and 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 talking. 30-minute talk, and they finally say what the real issue is for half a second, and they sit it by accident. Madam, let us know what the real issue is. Thank you. Let us know why you mad, son. Let them know why you mad, son. Huh? Thank you, Miss Tanika. Thank you for that. You didn't really even realize you really said what the issue is, huh? You don't think you told us what the issue is, madam? You just told us what the issue is. Tell them why you mad, son. Huh? Continuing.
Just because she's light-skinned with, 3C hair. He'll go drag her out the hood. We see that more than we see that often. So we're not going to act like that doesn't happen, right? But what is more true is that people marry within their social network. And oftentimes, for many people, specifically women, that is their social norm. It's true of men too, right? Like all this hypergamy content about black women needing to go, marry a rich white man, go sit in a Delta lounge, and he's just going to fall at your feet because you're so gorgeous and you got on a polyester, button-up shirt from Shein, and he's going to think you look like old money, and, just rat up your wig and throw it in the air and put it on, and, you're going to be whisked away like Eve to a castle in the English countryside. I mean, that they do that because that is a fantasy. When women want to be economically saved from capitalism, we all want to be economically saved from capitalism. And also women who, internalize a certain set of gender norms about what masculinity is around being a provider, etc., right? When you internalize that, you become susceptible to this type of content.
Madam, but you believe it too, by evidence by your own words. You believe it too. You resent the men of your same class for not doing that for you. The black men in specific. We could tell by your tone, maybe? Madam, you are what you're describing. I know him. He's me. Huh? Madam, you are what you are describing. And the Arena Revised says, and I know it took me a while to get here, but the Arena Revised says, perfect time to read this. It's all projection. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Perfect time to read this. Took me a while to get around to it, but perfect time to read it. Huh? It's all projection. You damn right. Huh? She act like she's an exception to the rule. Okay, yeah, that's it. Continuing.
Statistically popular. I'm just looking for it to be individually popular. And for that, go off, sis. Do your thing. Fine. But I want to enter this into the conversation because, the way he set up the conversation was the reason why people are single, black people, or the reason why black people don't necessarily have partners, or women don't have husbands, or like all of this language around marriage. We have to decenter marriage as the end all be all, as the secret and the weapon and the goal. I know it's going to be hard for millennial women, even though it is growing among millennial women, but we have to stop believing that that's the end all and that's the be all.
Miss Tanika, let me offer you something to consider. What is growing amongst millennial women, possibly, just something to consider, is not them decentering marriage. It's them practicing, you can't fire me, I quit. It's coping, madam. It is not, I would argue, just an observation, just an opinion. It's not them truly decentering marriage. The elites are still getting married, by the way. Oh, and they still have a lower divorce rate. I'm speaking about millennials, madam. It's the same for Xers. I would argue you're going to see the same thing in Generation Z. It's, once again, it is not decentering marriage. It's not decentering men. It's, I want to do what I want to do. This is how I practice my autonomy. And because the men in aggregate, regardless of race, don't like the way I practice my autonomy, they might think I'm doing too much. I might be too brash, too overzealous, too loud, too obnoxious, too arrogant. Too many men think that way. I'm dating too many men that I feel like I have more personalities in because they're a little bit more subtle, right? They're not as loud. They're not as obnoxious. So I'm going to tell myself and I'm going to tell my girlfriends, oh, the men lack personality. Okay, fine. And so instead of me admitting that I'm having a horrible time on the dating market because I love me, I love the way I am, I love my weight, I love my attitude, I love my demeanor, but not enough men that I find attractive find that attractive. I just find myself single. Instead of me saying that, I say I'm decentering men. I'm decentering marriage. Madam, could it be, once again to you, Miss Tanika, could it possibly be more and more women coping with this by saying, you can't fire me, I quit? And what you can't fire me, I quit looks like, translated to woman, is decenter men, decenter marriage, love yourself. I'm at peace. I really am the crazy cat lady and I love it. I'm traveling with my girlfriends. I'm doing brunch. Huh? Lean on your friends. Lean on your network. The men need to go seek therapy. The men haven't developed personality. The men are not likable. Madam, could what you can't fire me, I quit sound like coming from women? Is everything I just listed? Is that possible? Is it at least possible? Could you at least entertain me for 5 seconds? Huh? And if you can't entertain me for 5 seconds, for the masses of women, particularly black women, do you not know any black women who what I'm saying applies to? None? What do they sound like? Do they not sound like any standard black woman that's single? Oops. Miss Tanika. Just saying. You don't know any woman, any black woman in specific, who's a complete asshole and you know why she's single? And her demeanor is decenter men. She's hiding behind feminism. She's hiding behind female empowerment. She's hiding behind female liberation, female autonomy talk. But really, she's just an ass. Mean ass, snarky ass, rude ass, sassy ass, arrogant ass, asshole. Is that possible, madam? That when those women are met with men that they find attractive, men that they find appealing, men that they might have went on the first date with, When it doesn't work out, inevitably her attitude and demeanor is, I don't care. You can't fire me. I quit. I'm not asking you whether she uses those words or not. I'm saying, is that not her demeanor? Do you not know any woman like what I'm describing? Huh? Yikes. Continuing.
Be hard for millennial women, even though it is growing among millennial women, but we have to stop believing that that's the end all and that's the be all. Because if you continue to allow that to be the case, you're going to be susceptible to these type of TikToks. Because men, cisgender appearing, hetero appearing, Morehouse graduate black men will get online and always make $1 off you because you believe that somehow you're inadequate and they can share and serve this type of information to you, and you're going to click on it and you're going to get them views.
But who's saying black women are inadequate? Black women have some major flaws that they will not fix because their pride and their ego won't let them. But where in what this brother said did anyone get black women not being adequate enough? Black women being inadequate? Where did he say that, imply it, suggest it, infer it? Where? Let's play it again. Maybe Mr. Z missing something.
Going to Morehouse College taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is. Classism is keeping a lot of us single. And I don't hear us talk about that enough as we're having these conversations on these apps about the high rates of singleness amongst us super educated and us super successful black adults. We need to introduce into the conversation the role that classism plays in keeping us single. Because the truth is, a lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single not because they've never met someone who makes them feel safe. They're single not because they've never met someone they find to be substantive. They're single not because they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. A lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single because they haven't met someone who meets their family's ideals of suitable. And that's something we need to talk about when we're having these think pieces about the high rates of singleness amongst super educated, super successful black adults. It's that it's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel safe. It's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. They haven't met someone who matches their family's ideals of suitable. And this post is not an attack on standards. Have your standards. I have my standards. But when we're having conversations about singleness, let's be honest about how our standards are keeping us single. Like, the truth is, classism is keeping a lot of us cold at night, and classism is keeping a lot of us from considering people we actually might be compatible with.
Did anybody get from that inadequate? Did anyone get from that? Is it Mr. Z? It's possible. Look, I got some of my day ones. I listen to y'all. To all my day ones that's older than Z. Did any of you get from this any shred of him implying or suggesting black women being inadequate? Is it Z? What the hell are you talking about, Miss Tanika? Boy, that project, hey, the Arena Revised. I'm just saying that projection, it's over 9,000. It breaks the Richter scale. Inadequate. Okay, yeah, that's it. Continuing.
You believe. You believe that marriage is an accomplishment. It is something to aspire to. And therefore, you want to figure out why you're not necessarily married right now. And I think if you continue down that road, you will be susceptible to this kind of conversation. But the real conversation that he should have been having, if you want to engage in this conversation, because I personally think that women should be decentering marriage. Women should be decentering men. Women should be decentering men in their experiences, in their knowledge, in their financial, their vacation, their wardrobe, their hair decisions. Men should be decentered. But if you want to have a conversation around singleness,
she about to go on the tirade in a second, y'all. To Miss Tanika, that road goes both ways. Women should decenter men in their hair decisions and everything you said. Women should decenter men, but what you have to appreciate, Miss Tanika, for black women's own good, for women's own good, is men will respond in kind. Men are responding in kind. Women are complaining that men aren't showing up to speed dating events, mixers, and matchmaking events, including black women. Women are complaining that they're at the club and the men are not trying to dance with them or dance upon them. The men are not offering them buy drinks. Women, including black women, are making those complaints, madam. Women are complaining, including black women, are complaining that men are not approaching them. Men are not doing cold approaches. That includes black women, madam. Miss Tanika, you have to appreciate that when women decenter men and men respond in kind, women are complaining that men are witnessing them being assaulted by other men and men are not doing anything. Huh? Women are complaining that men are passing them on the side of the road and see that they have an automobile issue and men are not assisting, not offering assistance. Miss Tanika, that's a very slippery slope. You live in a country with 340 million Americans. Are you sure you want to sign up for women and men decentering each other? Madam, you are the college educated one. You are the high earning one. Do you want to live on a planet in a country as a black woman where black men have decentered black women in America? Let's make sure we remind you where you live, where you at. Are you sure you want to open that Pandora's box? I would argue black women already opened it, but are you sure you want to open that Pandora's box? Continuing.
Singleness among black people. I don't understand why he couldn't draw on other statistics that are actually factual and other anecdotal experiences that more people align with. Why couldn't he continue on the conversation that saw
anecdotal experiences that more people align with? Madam, we don't owe you that. We don't owe you the same old, tired conversation about black men. You need to step up. Black men, you need to get on black women's level. Black men, you need to go to therapy. Black men, you don't earn enough. Black men, you're not in college enough. Black men, the black women are leaving you behind. Madam, black women own more homes than you. Black women start more businesses. That's factually inaccurate, by the way. Black women earn more than you. That's factually inaccurate, by the way. Oh, yawn. So this young brother was supposed to do and say the same thing that we've been telling black men for a few decades. He was supposed to say it again. So he was supposed to be one of a zillion other black people wagging their finger at black men for the 1 zillionth time. Yeah, continuing.
black women being single because black women were raised and black boys have been coddled. Why?
Yeah, and he was supposed to do this thing again. The black women were raised and black women were raised and black men were coddled. Another one of these we coddle black men conversations. So once again, black men, isn't it such a difficult choice? Oh, it's the hardest choice in the world to choose between Miss Tanika and someone like Saudi Akano scamming ass, but cheating ass. With that, isn't that the most? Y'all hear Miss Tanika talking, right? Y'all hear her. Black women were raised, black men were coddled. Meanwhile, on the other side are the Saudi Khan sounding like this.
Because even, we've even discussed that before too, because specifically in the black community, the idea and it makes a lot of sense where it's like you should maintain dating within your community. Mm-hmm. There's a safety in black men being with black women, but for whatever reason, black men often date outside of their community and have no problem dating, all types of women. So then we get the stigma a lot of times of one not wanting our own black women, which I don't believe is true at all. But because we make decisions outside of our culture and our right. Then we like, oh, well, you wouldn't mess with that white girl. Whatever happens to you, good, good riddance. And it's
it's like it's your own fault for choosing outside of your culture. But what I would say, and I think this is a really unfair rap that black men get, is I grew up with lots of black men. I grew up in London, lots of black men, and it's not the case of that they like other races or they don't like black women. It's just that they have access to every other race. Other races want them. Now there are Chinese billionaires.
Say it again. Say it loud.
It's not their fault. Other women want them, and I say this like I'm growing up in London. I moved to Dubai, and honestly, you can be an Arab girl, Chinese girl, white girl. You can be Hispanic. They'll all date black men. But now, when it comes to it, there's Indian men that are billionaires. There are Chinese men that are billionaires. They stay in their own race. Now, is that entirely because they, love their race, or is it because they don't have universal appeal? So the fact that black men are dating outside of their race, it's not because they love other races. I actually think they like black women more than anything. Yeah. It's just that other women flock to them and don't let them stay within their own race. I really don't. I see so many women whose dream is to have a child with a black man, or they just want a black man more than anything else. And they dream about it, they think about it, and even when they date white men, they'll talk about it. So like, what do you expect? It's not the same. They're not sitting there having conversations with their white guy and saying, can I get a hall pass for a Chinese man? They're not saying that. So is it really black men choosing white women, or is it that other... I don't believe it's their choice to be with other women. I think other women don't let them live like with just black women. And I think if you give a black man a choice, they will usually choose black women. Yeah. They usually will choose black women. Or if they go to other races, it's because she has black women features. It's not really because... So they love their blackness. It's just that we all love your blackness. And so you don't get a choice.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah, because I just don't like even when they say things like, oh yeah, the black men sleep with so many women and they're never faithful. Sorry, Bob, in your house, you would love to be unfaithful. You just can't. So like, it's just, I think it's not really about black men. I think it's the appeal they have and the testosterone. And I really think it boils down to masculinity. They exude more testosterone and masculinity than other races. So they become universally desired by women. Now, this is not all women. I'm just saying in general, they have more. You could travel to any country. You join Tinder, girls will match with you. It's any country. Now, if you do that same thing as like and I don't mean this to stigma, I'm saying this as a South Asian woman. If you say that as a Pakistani man or as a Vietnamese man, you don't have the same luck. So is it really you seeking other women or other women seeking you?
So
to Miss Tanika, black women are raised, black men are coddled. Black men have a response to that. As a matter of fact, black men are not the ones who really have a response to that. Sadia Khan, Middle Eastern woman, has a response to that. And the Snow Queen out of Europe got a response to that too. Oops.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on, swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Yeah, Miss Tanika, I'm just saying. Huh? You say coddled. All of this sound nice. I just want y'all to appreciate black men don't. Mr. Z's entertaining the conversation because this is what I do. Masochism and whatnot. Other black men don't owe y'all even entertaining the conversation. Once y'all start coming out your mouth about we're raised and y'all are coddled, skirt. Madam, go ahead and enjoy your single life with your rose toy or whatever white man or whatever same-sex loving relationship with probably another black woman. You got that. Huh? You got that.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Just saying. Continuing.
he expand on that? Why can't he say because there isn't a lot of equally yokeness in the community? Why can't he simply say that black women were raised to be productive citizens, to learn how to cook and clean, to braid hair, do sew-ins, do makeup, do eyebrows, thread your chin hair, work out, get a bachelor's degree, go get a master's degree, join a sorority, have an incredible job, do all these things. Vote at high rates, be just like extraordinarily productive citizens, right? Hypercritical, hyper-aware, right? Like trying to establish a foundation, all of these things, carriers of culture, okay? While black men have been coddled and cuddled and called king. Let's talk about that.
Why didn't he say what I wanted him to say? That's number one. That's too easy. Second, black men earn more than black women. Black men start more businesses than black women. Black men employ more people than black women. This tit for tat, not only is it dumb and unproductive, talking about being productive, what exactly do black women gain? Oh, I forgot. To have black men lower themselves so y'all could get black men for the cheap ski, for the free ski. No. See, this whole Jedi mind trick where we convince black men that ain't nothing really special about them. They've been coddled. And that way, we could get 6 feet tall, chisel chin, 6-figure earning black men for nothing. Not for being kind, not for being courteous, not for cooking and cooking often and well, not for being fit, not for being feminine. We get black men for the free ski. It don't cost us nothing. It don't cost us being disciplined with our comportment and our behavior. Nothing. This little Jedi mind trick, madam, it's been failing for decades. Going on about 7 decades now. It's definitely failed for like 5, 6 decades. And Sadia Khan and the Snow Queen and Soraya Brooks, oh wait, Soraya Brooks is married to a black man, oops, are waiting for you to mess up. Isn't the Snow Queen married to a white man? Either way. This has failed. This is a failed experiment. Continue to tell black men that they've been coddled and called king and with your little weird laugh at the end. How's that benefited black women? Let me ask the most basic question in the world. All this talk on the internet, on social media for coming up on 20 years. Ever since Facebook been on goddamn the iPhone. How has this conversation benefited black women? Are black women's marriage rate going up? Oops. Are black women's interracial marriage rate going up significantly? Yikes. Have black women gained more wealth? Ope. Black women find themselves on the wrong side of the President of the United States of America. God damn. Black women find themselves on the wrong side of one of the biggest edgelord trolls in America, in Stephen Miller. Oops. That's where black women find themselves currently, madam. And in that environment, with the Afrikaner billionaire running around America like he owned the place. It's difficult to say that he doesn't, but running around America like he owned the place. Huh? With the translucent goddamn Peter Thiel running around America like he owned the place. That's the America you want to tell black men that they are the ones that are coddled. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? Coddled and cuddled. Not only that, you say, and you went through your little tirade of how productive and how much better than black men, black women are. Cool. Know how to do hair and nails and all this other stuff that no straight man does, period. Or very few, unless you own a barbershop and you also know how to do hair for women. But how many men are braiding women's hair? Straight men, at least. Madam, half of the things you listed are not things that heterosexual men do, and you ain't never gonna really get them to do it unless they're getting paid for it. You spewed a bunch of nonsense. And that within itself wouldn't be the end of the world, but you use that as a way to judge character. Judge black men's character or lack thereof in your mind, and then deem the collective of black men lacking. That wouldn't even be the end of the world, except this is your response to a black man speaking about classism. And how classism, and I agree with you. I think the better terminology probably would have been better to say elitism, even though the masses of black women who attempt to practice this thing aren't elite. But we're going to leave that alone. We're going to leave that alone. $70,000 a year black women that went to state schools acting like they're elite. Okay, yeah, that's it. Anyway, but I agree with you. Elitism probably would have been the better word. With that, this is your response to a black man speaking about classism being a hindrance to black people hooking up, getting together. And I tend to agree with you that he probably was directing this towards black women. And the problem is, I mean, you're speaking. Huh? And Vince is, she know show to do a drywall. Yeah, does she know how to put up drywall? Does she know how to chalk a tub? Does she know how to switch out an alternator on a car? Huh? Pressure wash a house? Look, even the weak pressure cleaners, bro. Mr. Z not gonna indict himself. Y'all already know. Some of y'all already got y'all already know where Mr. Z is going. Y'all done heard it in the background once or twice. That's about as far as I'll go. Look, the weak pressure cleaners, them women ain't holding that damn gun for an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours. We talking about the pressure cleaners with the weak ass PSIs. Huh? Let alone the what 4,200 PSI pressure cleaner. She not holding that gun. We talking about the pressure cleaners that you mess around and hit one of your hit your shoe by mistake. That's not built for it. Huh? I dare you. First of all, the pressure cleaner I'm talking about, that'll strip the paint off the wall. Huh? Madam, we are men and women. We are supposed to complement each other. There is a reason why we are built the way we are. Madam, you owe black men nothing. You don't owe black men consideration. You don't owe black men kindness. You don't owe black men grace. You don't owe black men femininity. You don't owe black men a smile. You don't owe black men not throwing them under the bus in front of other black women. You don't owe black men not throwing them under the bus in front of non-black people, non-black women. You don't owe black men not cock blocking, not insulting them. You owe black men nothing. What you have to appreciate, madam, is on the other side of that. Black men don't owe black women anything, including entertaining this conversation. Mr. Z is entertaining this conversation because that's what I do, right? But other black men don't owe you that. Continuing.
Let's talk about black men being handicapped and insufficient in relationships and unable to communicate consistently. Can't even send.
Black men are insufficient in relationship and unable to communicate sufficiently. And yet, black men have a higher marriage rate and higher interracial marriage rate. emphasis on the word rate. 1 out of 100, 1 out of 1,000. Black men have a larger marriage rate and interracial marriage rate and lower divorce rate than black women. And yet black men are the issue in relationship. Miss Tanika, these old wives' tales, these old sayings that we use in the black community, the way we tend to observe and critique black men, you do know we have easily accessible information and data on the internet, right? You know, like Google is on your phone, madam. Miss Tanika, Google is on your phone. You can look this up yourself. All these sayings that we've been using for decades in the black community to badger black men with, and to get black men, to convince black men to discount themselves for wayward black women. You know why it's become so difficult now? Because black men can look themselves up. Black women too can look themselves up. We don't need to lie. We don't need to lie to each other. We don't need to lie to ourselves. Well, maybe some of us need to lie to ourselves so that we don't self-delete. Oops. So we don't have a nervous breakdown. Yikes. Huh? Continuing.
Like incoherent sentences just via text message, reading at third grade reading levels, right? Like, why can't we have a conversation around that? Why can't we have a conversation, men to men, black men to black men, have open conversations around how there are black men who are deeply educated, significantly educated, college educated, book smart, and still lack the emotional capacity to engage with black women, whose elevators go to the basement, who can't hold conversations around humanities, around the world, around geography, don't understand the world around him. Let's have a conversation around that, because we.
Madam, is called Mr. Z's channel. Geography, the humanities. Black women truly believe they have a monopoly on the conversation about which one of us is better in this or that. We are in upside down world, everyone. Okay, you know what, for argument's sake, let's say, you know what, Miss Tanika, you are 100% correct. Black women are better and lead black men in every single metric you listed. Everything. And what did it cost black women? Ooh, goddamn. Stability, security, relationship, increasingly children. Let's say, for argument's sake, Miss Tanika, you're right. Black men are handicapped. That was the word you used. Black men are horrible in every single metric you use. We don't owe black women being on their level or in the program. Huh? Check that interracial marriage rate if you doubt me. Yikes. Black women like you, madam, we don't owe you that. Okay, fine. You know what, for argument's sake, let's go with it. You're correct. Black women outstrip, outdo black men in every metric listed. And it costs black women everything. And in actuality, non-black women are getting black men for the cheap ski, not the free ski, but a cheap ski, for the cheap. Huh? Exactly, Vince. Z, don't we talk about this stuff here, though? Exactly. Did not Lion in the Arena Revised talk about the gym like for goddamn an hour on my panel yesterday? It was more than an hour, actually. And Leon was here too. Weren't y'all talking about the gym for like an hour plus yesterday? I know y'all didn't hear me talking, but I was listening. Sorry for my background, everyone. Huh? Did we not have a panel talking geopolitics. Wasn't that like 2-3 weeks ago? All of this sound nice. It sounds empowering. It's a nice little entertaining way to jab at the men. But the numbers are what the numbers are, madam. How is it possible that black men are so horrible of mates? And yet I just played Sadia Khan saying, oh, everybody, all the women want to pipe. All the women want y'all to pipe. Now, we know white men are still white men on planet Earth. We know about white male patriarchy and how women of color around the world see white men. Quite frankly, women around the world, period, see white men. We get it. But after white men, as Sadia Khan was saying, who else does anybody care about outside of white men? And Sadia Khan made sure to stress that. Look, these other men, these women ain't checking for them like that. What are you talking about, Sadia Khan? Not Sadia Khan, sorry. Miss Tanika? Huh? Continuing.
Don't understand the world around him. Let's have a conversation around that. Because we consistently malign Pookie and Ray Ray and, you know, Kevin and Sam ain't that much better. Not from an emotional perspective, right? Like, why can't we have a conversation around all the ways that men are inadequate? Not because they're black men, but because they are men and they were raised in a misogynistic and patriarchal society, and they're not invested in undoing that behavior. And they're not invested in seeing women as whole and human. Why are we talking about that? These are the same men.
Is that what you heard from this? Oh, that's some scary stuff. The brother was speaking about classism. And I agree with her. Okay, we'll go with it. He was directing these classist ideas, elitist ideas, that are holding black women back from ending up with someone, a good man, right? And if Vince is to be believed, he's in the church, he's a Morehouse grad, he's a therapist. That's what Vince said, right? Cool. So essentially a godly man. And what the brother is saying is that black women's elitism is keeping them single. And Miss Tanika's response is, do better. How about we just don't do better and just date out? Ooh. Black women, you're free to do the same. We could compare notes in a decade or two. Tell you how it's going to look. Black women going to come back and they're going to be dating each other. That's what's going to happen. Wait, they're already doing that, Z. True. We don't owe you that, Miss Tamika. I keep on saying Tamika. Tanika. Continuing.
Having, you know, this misaligned grace for their father, who they saw twice, and not their mother, and this disdain for women around them, and this perception of labor of women around them, who can't even, like, articulate their feelings without believing they're somehow homosexual.
What type of weird... Okay, these are like decades old stereotypes. Black men can't express themselves and show their emotions without believing that they're homosexual. Okay, let's pause right there. No, madam, we don't express our emotions the way women express their emotions, and nor will we ever. Train tracks. And here's the kicker. Y'all wouldn't want us to express ourselves the way y'all do anyway. Ain't nothing dry up the vagina more than a man who expresses himself and emotes the way a woman does. If you don't believe me, go ask the bisexual men. Oops. Go ask the bisexual black men about black women and that double standard. Yikes. Huh? Miss Tanika, we do not believe you. Not to mention you're factually inaccurate. And if black men are so insufferable, then why are non-black women chasing after black men? If black men are the issue, why are non-black men not chasing after black women? Not in any real number.
without believing they're somehow homosexual. Maybe that's why black women are single. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe there is an ongoing growing deficiency. Can we talk about the ongoing red pill and alt-right content that we are seeing amongst black men?
If you want to talk about deficiency, madam, then why are black men's marriage rate going up? Black men's marriage rate and their interracial marriage rate is going up, but black women's marriage rate is stagnant, if not dropping down a point or two, a percentage or two. If black men are the problem, if black men are the inadequate ones, then why are black men's marriage rate increasing? Why are their interracial marriage rate increasing quicker than black women's? That's a real question. That is not a rhetorical question. How is it that black men are so inadequate, but black men are able to get white women and Latina women and Asian women to say yes and I do? We're not talking about interracial triple X fun. We're not talking about a fling. We're not talking about a little situationship for a season. How is it that black men, the boogeymen of America, the 8-ish men of America, how is it possible that black men are this flawed? This sexist, this colorist, this featurist, this misogynistic and sexist, and yet outside of white men, globally, black men are the next up. The face of poverty in men, the face of the struggle. How is it possible, ma'am, that black men could be so irredeemable, and yet non-black women are not only marrying, I want to be very clear here, elite black men, but non-black women are marrying everyday black men, under 6 feet black men, beard don't connect black men. Oops. Huh? I'm only going off of the requirements you gave, madam. How is that possible? Huh? Yikes. Continuing.
Red pill and alt-right content that we are seeing amongst black men, that they're doubling down on this misogyny, that they're doubling down on this trad wife notion, that a man who has no coins, no access to coins, somehow deserves a woman who is making twice as much as them and then having to shelter the emotional labor.
No coins and no access to coins. But Miss Tanika, black men earn more than black women, and black men have more wealth than black women. Let Jason Black say it again for you.
Tonight's program is going to be about survival sex and the fact that the majority of women today are engaged in survival sex, and the men around them don't understand that you are the key to that survival. And once your usefulness has been expired, you'll be discarded, because it is not about true love. It is about true struggle and true business. We're going to move very, very fast with these facts and figures tonight, because we're going to run through them. We have a lot to take care of here, and this is going to be an appropriate bookend to my previous program, The Wealth Killer. Survival sex. First of all, as you can see on your screen here from Black Enterprise Magazine, black and Latino women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. Now, it has been years and years and years since we have ever had an opportunity to get this particular stat. Now that it's come to us, I feel like it's necessary to go ahead and review that. This is from the Federal Reserve of St. Louis. This is not from some think tank, and this is not from some news organization. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And as of this year, They report that the gender wealth gap of never married adults shrank in 2022. Yeah, but that's counting everybody. It's once we start digging off into the numbers, the things start getting absolutely cataclysmic. It says here that Black and Hispanic women have little wealth. Now, this is from the article you just saw in Black Enterprise magazine. They're referring to this report from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. I want to go through this right quick. Breaking down the data by race and ethnicity revealed that never married. Now, these are among people who have never been married, been single their whole lives. White men had the highest median wealth at $40,000. Race and ethnicity were important to consider when looking at wealth gaps because such disaggregation, look it up, usually exposes more substantial financial gaps. Indeed, never married Black women had just $3,300 in median wealth. Never married Hispanic women had $5,600, and never married white women had $31,000. For every, this is what it really breaks down to, right here. For every dollar of median wealth held by never married white men, never married Black women, and never married Hispanic women, Black women had 8 cents. And never married Hispanic women had 14 cents, respectively. Damn! This is not from some news organization. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. You can see the chart right here. You can see the chart right here. And what it shows you here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you can see this. Among those who've never been married, you take a look at the rate for Black women, 8 cents. You take a look at the rate for Hispanic women, 14 cents. You take a look at the rate for Black men, 21 cents. What I'm telling you here, right there, is that single Black men, never married Black men, have 3 times the wealth of Black women. This is not Jason Black saying this. This is not the Manosphere saying this, although they'll all probably be talking about this next week because this is the program that they love to hate and hate to admit that they watch. Now that they're all passing around my vernacular, they hate to admit they watch this. But by the way, here's the facts and figures and analysis you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. This from the Federal Bank of St. Louis. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to put the link to that article in the chat room there so you all can look that up for yourselves. For those of you watching live or recorded, you can click on that link in the chat, and that will bring it up for you. From the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, that's not me talking. For years and years, I have wanted somebody to compile these numbers. I have wanted somebody to do a survey to compile this number among never married. See, there's a whole bunch of noise out there and pollution put out by governments and news organizations in order to block and cloud this particular number. So when somebody attempts to go bandying in front of you about allegedly how much better than Black men, Black women are doing, what I'm telling to you is it's lies and garbage, and they don't ever tell you this. It isn't about who went to college. It's about what you made when you left. And then you figure out whether or not it was just simply a fool's errand to even go. Understand, tonight's program is very educational and needs to be educational for you here. And those are the numbers sitting in front of you. But there's even more to it here. There's even more to it. What I want to go into here next, because there's a bunch of factors that people talk about, but they're never really truly honest about it because they can't afford to be.
I got your email, Vince. I see you. I see you. I see you. I ain't saying nothing. With that, to Miss Tanika, what you're saying sounds empowering. I get it. It's time to snipe at the men. Haha, we get our little 5 chuckles in. Heh. Right? Y'all talking classism talk, and it's because you're not on Black women's level. Yawn. Miss Tanika, this is, but I said it. Black women gonna drown. That's all that's gonna happen. They're just gonna drown. They're just gonna drown. Not all. Enough. They're just gonna drown. Just drown in a lifetime supply of antidepressant pills, drown in their sorrows, their box wine, their endless supply of batteries for that Rose toy. They're just gonna drown. Huh? Middle management job, not paying enough, right? On the edge of eviction. They're just gonna drown in that, right? Sound like Portia entertaining same-sex loving relationships all of a sudden because you done aged out the game and you might be insufferable. That part too. Huh? Gotta throw the whitest net as humanly possible when you're insufferable. That means you gotta include women in the conversation too, ain't it? Huh? Oh man. Continuing. We're gonna continue with Miss Tanika. Yawn.
As much as them, and then having to shelter the emotional labor and physical labor within the home, the home responsibilities, the child rearing responsibilities. There is no shift in the gender norm, but they want women to be absolutely the same. But the shift in the gender norm for the women is that they need to be working and making an extraordinary amount of money so that these men can have their legacy caption underneath their Christmas photos.
Madam, we don't need the black women for the legacy anymore. Oops. I don't know if you got the memo. Gen Z, black men and black women are both dating out, but only one of us is coming home married. Oops. Both of us are trying. Only one of us are actually having it and getting it accomplished, though. Talking about the legacy. Gen Z young men said, you know what, black women? We've reconsidered. We're not millennials. We're definitely not Xers. We definitely ain't boomers. Silent generation, don't make us laugh. We'll create legacy with beige babies now. You know what? We were trying not to. We loved our chocolate babies, but you know what? Seeing that you keep on saying that we daying out and marrying out because of colorism and featurism and texturism, you know what? Redmond says, I'll be that, we'll be that. Madam, your point about legacy, yeah, Gen Z men said, yeah, about that. I'll just create my legacy without you. Huh? That part. So that's number one. Number two, about women working, y'all fought to work. Women fought to work. Women fought to be promoted. Women fought to compete against men and sometimes win. Eat the cost of winning. Maybe winning means that you gon' have to pay for peeing. Now, you may not like the way I just delivered that, ma'am. So let Mr. Z say it calmer. Maybe what winning entails is that you earn more, maybe significantly more, than your male counterpart. Maybe what winning means is that you truly get comfortable with being single and stop talking about it and be about it. Huh? Maybe what winning means is that you are married to a man that you would rather not be married to, but you're too much of an a-hole to be entertained by anyone else or for anyone else to entertain you, better yet. Huh? Women fought to work. If this ain't projection, then y'all tell me what is. Madam, what is not going to happen, and this is really what y'all want, is you're not going to get patriarchy by feminist specifications. It's just not going to happen. You and other black women could throw all the fits you want. You and other American women could throw all the fits you want. You and Western women could throw all the fits you want. You and other women from developing and the quote unquote developed nations could throw all the fits you want. The men globally said, you know what ain't gonna happen? The men in the West said, the men in America said, the black men in America said, you know what's not gonna happen? You're not gonna get patriarchy by feminist specifications. You just not gonna have it. We're not doing it. For who? For what? The men said no, madam.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Everything you're saying comes down to that, and we're not doing it. You spoke of legacy. Black men said we're not doing it, and we taking our legacy, our balls, and our bat and going somewhere else. That's what Gen Z and young millennial men said through action. They're not so much using their words, but through action. Give or take 25% now and increasing. Huh? And we're not just talking about dating, we're talking about marriage. So we can imagine what the dating numbers look like and what the interracial sex rates look like. Uh-oh. Sound good, Miss Tanika. Can't hold black men hostage. And black women could attempt to do the same. Let's see how it works. Continuing.
That's thinking about the future. It is the woman that's thinking about what's next for the family.
It's the woman who thinks about the future. It's the woman who thinks about what's next for the family. Meanwhile, black women are filing for divorce at what, 80%? Meanwhile, black women are the most chronically single group of people in America. Black women are the most baby mamaed up group of women in America. The most unattached baby mamas women in America. They think of the future and they think of what's best for the children and the family. What family? A disproportionate number of black women are kidless. Say it again, Z. Kidless, you said family, kidless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. To Miss Tanika, what family? If you know you're an only child and then you didn't get married and have kids within wedlock, what family? What imaginary family are you talking about? Huh? That sound good. Sounds empowering. I get it. Jabbing at the black men. I get it. Continuing.
Maybe a smart person would ask themselves, why are black women single? Maybe because black women are seeing what their mothers, their grandmothers, their aunts, even their sisters and friends are going through within marriages, and they are choosing to say no. And they are choosing no.
This is another one of those you can't fire me, I quit. Shout out to you, Miss Tanika. This is another one of those you can't fire me, I quit. If what you're saying is true, I want you to scour the internet, all media platforms on the internet, and tally up how many videos you come across with men complaining about going to speed dating events, matchmaking events, mixers, and see how many women are complaining. See how many men are complaining that the women didn't show up, and see how many women are complaining that the men didn't show up. And if you want, obviously, focus on black women and black men. I want you to look up and look for how many women you see recording themselves in their car, black women recording themselves in their car, complaining about the dating environment. And then record, well, not record, but look up how many black men are complaining. If what you're saying is correct, look for how many black men are complaining about black women dating out, and how many black women are complaining about black men dating out. Real questions. Continuing.
Me. I don't want that, because who needs a husband? What is the purpose? There is no financial reward. Not for black women, not statistically.
Not for black women, not statistically. I'm sorry, I cut that off a little too early. Not for black women, not statistically. No financial reward. Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. When you dig through the numbers, they're speaking specifically about childless single black women. But even single black women who never marry, black and Latina women who never marry, are the least wealthy in the U.S. See, when you say what you said, Miss Tanika, were you just talking? What? Okay, you know what? We'll do this. What information and data? What can we look up? I don't want to hear about no anecdotes. What can we look up? What can you email someone? What does the BLS, what does Bureau of Labor Statistics, I said that again. What does the National Health Service, what all of these researchers, what does McKinsey, what does name them, any one of these folks that do the research, right? Brookings Institute, American Enterprise Institute, even though they're conservative, but whatever. All of these researchers, demographers, what do they say, madam, when they focus on the black community in specific concerning family, pair bonding, marriage? So when you say statistically black women don't benefit, do black men benefit? Do black men benefit? You say statistically black women don't benefit financially. Then why, if black women don't benefit financially, then what is this saying? Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy. Wouldn't it just say black women are the least wealthy? Because if they don't benefit from marriage, then there wouldn't be a need to delineate between married and not married black women. Am I correct? Why does this article delineate between married and non-married black women if black women don't benefit statistically from marriage to black men? It's a real question. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Continuing.
Statistically, black women are not having better health outcomes. They're not better emotionally. Statistically, most black women won't be better off financially. They're not being pushed forward economically. They're not seeing a better or higher class based on the man that they choose. And you accuse
They're not seeing a better or higher class based off the men they choose. How often are black women climbing into the middle class without a man? Without a black man, more than likely. How many black women are climbing into the middle class without a man, specifically black man? The brother mentioned classism. I want y'all to appreciate, this is her response. Tanika's response to a young brother speaking about classism, notions of class keeping black folks single. Now, to correct a little bit, because I would agree with her. This is her response. This is Tanika's response to a young brother speaking to black women about how elitism, concepts of elitism, their elitist ways are keeping them single. This is her response. She's been factually inaccurate a number of times. It means nothing because it's about feel good. It feels good to use spiteful rhetoric and tone towards black men. It feels good to be smug and sassy towards black men. Does it benefit black women any outside of them diddling themselves psychologically? Absolutely not. But it feels good though. Continuing.
being a better or higher class based on the man that they choose. And you accuse them of classism? Black women are having a downward class spiral when they attach themselves to men. They are losing money from being with men. Hello?
If anyone could find me the data point, the article, anything, the research, scour the internet. If anyone, email it to Z as soon as you can. Can anyone across the 7 seas, across the black manosphere, anyone, to all my hate listeners, even you could send me it. Don't worry, I won't expose your real name. Anyone send me anything that says this, that black women are losing money when they get married or when they're attached to black men? We're not talking about ex-cons or a specific type of black man or specific type of circumstance. No. Can anyone send me where she's getting this from? That black women in aggregate are losing money when they end up with black men. Any black women with any black man, they losing money. Huh? Yikes. Great song reference too, Arena Rivaz. Continuing.
Within class based on who they decide to be with. I just don't think these men are well. I don't. And I don't think they're having this conversation in good faith. They can't be. It's impossible. It's impossible. You see, I got so turned, I didn't put my makeup on. Like, I don't think, you don't think about these things when you get online. You just say them in the most basic way. And you expect people to accept it as fact because there's so much.
You don't think about these things. You just get online and say them in the most basic way. Madam, are you sitting in front of a mirror? I know him. He's me. Madam, are you sitting in front of a mirror? For those of you that don't know, that's a Star Wars reference. Everybody that's listening to Z right now knows what Mr. Z is referencing, but just in case you don't. In other words, she's just saying this brother was spewing nonsense on the internet. Madam, are you sitting in front of a mirror right now? Huh? Thank you. And Saint Sir says, pot, meat, kettle. Right? Saint Sir says, she's the one not having a convo in good faith. Black women truly believe, and women in aggregate in America truly believe, that if they don't say it, that we can all see it. Say it again better, Z. If they don't say it, we cannot all see it. That their issue is that well-resourced, good-looking men are having fun. Fine, 80% of us are invisible. 80% of men in America are invisible. Fine, cool. And the 20% that all of you want are having full. Huh? She's not having the convo in good faith. You're right, Saint Cyr. She's not having the conversation in good faith. Absolutely not. And it's understandable. The young brother mentioned classism. And she said, F your classism. The real issue is that y'all ain't what I want y'all to be and doing what I want y'all to do. Protect, provide, and shut up. That's the real issue. You're not doing that. And you're not encouraging other black men to do that. That's the issue.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
And we know this, madam. We know. We know. Huh? And Captain Obvious says, and thank you for the super chat, like, share, subscribe to the super chat. In the US, black women have 1 million more babies than black men. Black women are the only ones that do that. Black women chase men away. Everybody know it too. Everybody know it too. Hashtag SYSBM. Black women are having multiple children from the same black men, and black women are having sneaky link oops babies, at least for the non-black man, with non-black men. Say it differently. Black women are out here with non-black men having babies, and they're out here sharing the same handful of men that they find attractive or appealing, or that he don't got nothing else to do except knock them up. Oops. Right? Think of Hood Pookie. Hood Pookie has how many kids from how many different women? That's what's going on. That's where that million babies come from. The million babies come from Habib, the corner store owner. Yeah, him. The gas station owner, him. Huh? It's coming from Kid Rock and Eminem, right? And Machine Gun Kelly and Marky Mark. Huh? And Ashton Kutcher. Damn, Z, it sounds like you mentioning dudes, white dudes that we know that smashed the black women on the low or on the high and got the DNA evidence to prove it. For some of them, at least. Or maybe Bill Clinton. God damn, Z, you said that out loud. Z, that's the rumor. That's a rumor, Z. Just saying. Huh? That's who they having kids by. And obviously, multiple, being baby mama number 3 or 4. Shout out to Cardi B. Shout out to Sierra. That's what's happening. That's how they have the 1 million kids more than black men. Yeah. That's how black women are able to have 1 million more children than black men. Because Kid Rock's son ends up being marked as black. Machine Gun Kelly's daughter gets marked as black. That's why. Yeah. That's how they're able to have 1 million more. Huh? And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Continuing with Miss Tanika.
This Martha's Vineyard content and, anti-Martha's Vineyard and anti, Oaks Bluffs and, this anti-Ralph Lauren campaign. And of course, that's why it's so, you can't engage in that conversation because it always lands at the foot of black women. That conversation always delves into misogyny. People think they can have a conversation around classism or perception of elitism or like Jack and Jill, Spelman, Morehouse, whatever within the black community, and they can't see how women have been deeply harmed and gendered socioeconomically for years in this country, specifically black women. Women overall, but black women. And as soon as an ounce, we are the first generation, millennials are the first generation in our lineage to have the level of education that we have in this country. And the attacks are just coming left and right. Somehow it is black women's fault that black people are having conversations around that are rooted in elitism at times. Yes, we need to have the conversation around elitism, but it is so much more layered. It has so much more depth when it comes to dating decisions. And black women, I would argue, this is anecdotal, are overwhelmingly harmed more than any other group of people when black women decide to partner. I would argue that.
I want her to get that out. I played that for a little bit because I wanted her to get that out. It's a much more layered conversation. That's what she's saying, much more nuanced. And black men are harmed when black women essentially try to date on their level. If they're educated, if they're doing well financially. Except black men don't care in mass. Black men don't care. The only issue black men in any real number and in any appreciable number have is black women, with the character assassination talk concerning black men. Black men don't care. We already know y'all want to go to the Brads when y'all get a few dollars. We already know that. And we know y'all are okay with if he earned a few dollars less than you. If he have less status than you. Shout out to Venus. We know that. You're not saying or doing anything we didn't expect when you get a few dollars, especially in the white collar environments. We expect it, madam. Tanika, we expect it. The elitism, call it what it is. It's black women cosplaying elite white women. We expect it too. We expect that also, by the way. You want to know why? Because all you women of color cosplay elite white women. The second y'all get a couple dollars, the Asian women do it. That's South Asian and East Asian. Huh? Shout out to Akash's wife. All of you pull that elite white girl crap. You're not doing anything we didn't expect, madam. We expect the fake white girl, the fake Valley girl voice, the fake vocal fry voice to symbolize and signal some type of status in class. We expect that. We expect the B Simones to pull I can't do no 9 to 5, man. We expect all of it. You want to know why? Because that's what y'all been doing for decades, especially with social media. So about 2-ish decades, 10, 15-ish years. Huh? It's to be expected, Tanika. And this is not black men. And y'all gives you a second, actually. And we're back. This is not black men attempting to make black women accept blue collar men that they think they're better than, that black women think that they're better than these blue collar men. This is not black men attempting to bar black women from achieving whatever they feel like they should achieve. This is not black men telling black women, elite black women, well, you better go date the dude at McDonald's, you know, flipping the burgers or flipping the fries. Like, that is not. If you listen to Miss Tanika, when she's saying millennials are the first generation, right? Reading her correctly, millennials are the first generation to be unhampered and to finally have gotten to this point. Nothing wrong with that. And it's as if black men are attempting to slow black women up by speaking about elitism and black women being elitist assholes as a way to check black women and tell black women to check their attitude at the door. At least that's what Mr. Z is reading. Y'all correct Z if I'm wrong. But is that what black men are saying? Miss Tanika, y'all owe black men nothing. Once again to the title, Tanika, you and other elite, highly educated, well-resourced, well-connected black women, y'all don't owe black men anything. Y'all don't owe black men advocating for them. Y'all don't owe black men not going out of town, overseas, traveling. Y'all don't owe black men nothing. Y'all don't owe black men not dating non-black men. Y'all don't owe black men not going to that nice restaurant, fine dining. Y'all don't owe black men not going to brunch. Y'all don't owe black men not buying that nice luxury car. Y'all don't owe black men not moving into that nice neighborhood with the luxury condo. Right? Y'all don't owe black men any of that. Oh, Calvin said I'm borging. Am I borging, y'all? Gives you a second. My apologies if I am borging. Let's see if I can fix that a little bit. Hopefully y'all can hear me a little bit better now. Right? But I'm emphasizing to Miss Tanika that Miss Tanika doesn't owe black men anything. And other women like Miss Tanika, women of your ilk, don't owe black men anything. But there's another side to that. Black men don't owe you nothing. And I think that's the thing y'all struggle with.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Huh? Continuing.
We harmed more than any other group of people when black women decide to partner. I would argue that. And I don't think it's strictly when black women are partnering with black men. Because a lot of black women I know that are marrying white men, it's giving Danish deception. Girl, they slipping that man Amex under the table. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily, they're not necessarily making out, you know, astronomically. It's not right. And I think that black women are allowed to be in love the way that they're allowed to be in love. And they're allowed to have a set of standards and to determine certain things, especially given the historical context and historical poverty that black women have tended to be in.
Okay, now we're finally at the important part. Z, you sound bored. Yawn! Now we're finally at goddamn. How long was this? No, well, not my commentary. How long did it take her to get to this part? You know, the actually important part of the conversation. So what Mr. Z reads from this is this young lady is saying, look, we just got here. And y'all trying to hit us with the elitism talk. Maybe we should be elite. Maybe black women should be elite. And to hell with what black men think about it. And if we leave black men behind, so be it. And if that means we might be single, so be it. Well, we'll just go catch us a white man. And if we end up with a white man and we're the ones who's earning more, then so be it. And she's the one who said, some of her black homegirls with these white dudes is giving Danish deception. Your words, madam. Your words. Huh? Black women can love how they want to love. The brother gave a very short response to what I would argue he's observing. Elitist black women who their elitism is a hindrance to them partnering with a black man. I would tell him, F all that. Tell them women to go get it from a non-black man. And I guarantee you she's still going to be single in a decade. I put money. You send 10 of those single-ass women out there to date non-black, and I guarantee you at least 7, 8 of them, if not all 10 of them, come back still single in a decade. I put money. Huh? Yeah. I put money. Tanika, black women could be as elitist as they want to be. College educated black women could be as elitist as they want to be. Hopefully they make the type of money for the test tube, baby. Shout out to Ebony K. Williams. If you feel like you're being attacked, and that's what it's giving. It's giving. That's what it's giving. It's giving black elite educated women that feel like they're being attacked because of their standards and requirements, and why can't black men just step up? And if they won't step up, we'll just date out. So date out then. But the hard part is y'all can't shut the hell up. Now that's the part y'all can't do. Y'all won't do.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Song, we got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Madam, that is the overall sentiment, I would argue, from most black men in black America concerning you and other black women dating out. Yeah, you might have some of the hoteps, some of the pro-blacks who had an issue, but the majority of black men, Mr. Edward Anderson just described to you what we think when we see y'all dating out. Or better yet, when y'all talk about dating out, because y'all do a whole lot of talking, not that much practicing. Every once in a while, y'all get practice on, but that's a different conversation. I don't know if you want to have that conversation. I'm just saying. Huh? No one is telling black women how to love, who to love, when to love, where to love. Every time, think about what this brother said. Classism, he meant elitism. Elitism is in the way of black women ending up with a productive black man. A good black man, a God-fearing black man. Miss Tanika's response is essentially, F y'all, step it up. And black men said, you know what, go ahead and do your thing. You got that? This is why the marriage rate is so low for black women. This is why the interracial marriage rate and the marriage rate is increasing for black men. Because we look, the Gen Zs can hear the Tanikas talking. The Gen Z men, black men, they're moving accordingly. They are moving accordingly. Huh? Hey, Calvin, say that. Calvin says, Z, you don't have to put money on it. Just say Tracy Ellis Ross. Huh? There's a number of black women we know that make good money. They famous. They're good looking, or they've been good looking. They used to be good looking. Everyone from the Vivicas to the Tracy Ellis Ross to the Regina Halls, all of them. We know. Huh? The Claudia Jordans, the Amanda Seals, the Angela Rides. We could go through a list. Last time I checked, Tiffany Cross still single, right? The Tiffany Cross. Madam, all these women could go date non-black men. They could all go end up with non-black men. What ends up happening is they end up resigning themselves to their 5 cats and their dog. Ain't that right, Amanda Seals? Huh? Continue.
On their dating situations and partnerships. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There may be something wrong with that in 100 years, but right now, today, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We need to right the ship. The ship is going in the wrong direction. It's going in the wrong direction. It's going in the wrong direction, my God. And so we need to right the ship. I think also the conversation is disingenuous because the goalpost for black women continues to move. It's always a binary. Next week some black men will get online and say black women are black baby mamas, and then there'll be black women who are not necessarily coming in, at the conversation from the left, but coming at the conversation from the right, and they're saying I will never be a baby mama. Baby mamahood won't ever find me. Da da da. Not because they mean that in a progressive way, right? Because they mean that in a very conservative, traditional way, which is also deeply problematic. But there's this binary: either you are a tragic baby mama who is unmarried and life is so horrible for you, or you are a trad wife and there's only 2 ways to be. Or I would say the third way is you are just doomed to singleness. Like, singleness is the worst thing that can happen to women, when the statistics prove the opposite, that singleness is the best thing that can happen to women, economically, socially, financially.
Are you sure about that? Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. Are you sure about that? A disproportionate number of black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. You wouldn't need a social safety net if you were doing so well financially as a single kinless black woman, madam. My delivery might be harsh, it might be annoying. You might put it in the box with the sexist stuff, whatever makes you feel better, but am I accurate or not? Huh? What you're saying sounds good. It sounds like you jabbing at the men. Nice job. It sounds empowering for the ladies. Nice job. But is it factually accurate? Or does it just feel good? Are you not just speaking out of a place of spite and trying to just catch a couple of points on the board? Put a couple of points on the board for the gender war. Huh? You keeping score on the gender war, Mr. Z Ramen. Huh? Continuing.
The diabetes, the heart, everything. It reduces when you're not proximate to a man. But people don't have that conversation because we are still stuck in this very form of traditionalism that centers marriage and men. I think there's also a really important conversation that we have to have about the whimsy. Like, there's beauty in choosing. There's beauty in women choosing what they want and what they need. And they don't have to argue with anybody about that because women are already maligned. Women are already marginalized. You have to explain the decisions that you make because your dating preferences are based on internalized racism that manifests itself as colorism.
Oh, y'all didn't see that coming. Oh, the people that watched it earlier saw it coming. Oh, every single that bus is never, ever late. Boy, that bus is on time. Like, hey, this is the one time black women ain't never gonna miss that bus. Oh, that's a bus black women will never, ever miss. Oh, the colorism, featureism, texturism, the European beauty standard. Oh, black women will never miss that train. Not ever. It don't matter what we talking about. We could be talking about goddamn Pluto. And you know they made Pluto a planet before. Excuse me. They made Pluto a planet again. Oh, really? Yeah. But that colorism, though. Oh, man. Boy, that train ain't never late. And another train that's never late. There's a twofer. It's different when I do it than when you do it. Hey, don't think Mr. Z missed that. No, we don't need to talk about my dating preferences. We need to talk about your dating preferences. Because when you date out because of killerism, featureism, texturism. You hate your mama. You hate black people. You hate black women. Look, I don't care what we're talking about. Huh? That's a train that's never, ever, ever late. Black women ain't never gonna let that one go. Huh? I don't care what we're talking about. And you heard the blue whale's like it's the heaviest animal on the planet. Oh, really? What about that colorism and featureism and texturism, though? Huh? It doesn't matter what we're talking about. And you better, but just for good measure, she gonna pull moral high ground. Yeah, I do it, and you do it, but I don't do it for a bad reason, and you do it because you hate yourself, and you hate black women, and you hate black children, and you hate. Huh? Line says you can set your watch to it. Look, that's a train that's never late. It don't matter. We could be talking about the Bible, God, space, technology, cars. It doesn't. Football, basketball. It doesn't matter. Huh? Geopolitics, weaponry, huh? Martial arts, it doesn't matter. Hey, the colorism, featureism, texturism, black men date out because they hate black women conversation. Oh, you better believe that's a train that's never late. Huh? And it's different when I do it, and it's different when you do it. I date out because I don't have a choice because black men ain't ish. You date out because you hate black women. Oh, that's a trade. Madam, you mentioned Danish deception. Imagine this. You made mention of Danish deception. And only a couple minutes later, you say black men date out because of all of these negative proclivities. All of this negativity. And it's different when black women do it. You suggested that. You pretty much said it. But you mentioned the Danish deception, which was a American born and raised, if I'm not mistaken. She was definitely raised. Nigerian descent black woman chasing after white men. Huh? Well, yeah, because and I gotta read this and say something about it. And Revelant says everything is quote unquote internalized misogyny. So a black woman or woman can never say, look, I don't want to do none of that. I'm not signing up for none of that. I know what the trade-off is, and I want this relationship. I want this type of dynamic. I know I'm gonna have to work, but my man's gonna work more. He's gonna he's gonna earn more, he's gonna work more. I will probably defer to him for most of anything. They call it internalized misogyny when women make a choice that's not a quote-unquote feminist choice. It could never be just a disagreement. It gotta be internalized misogyny. When you're not riding with the sisterhood, it's internalized misogyny. When you say, actually, I would not rather be single. Yes, I love myself, all the things. That's why I played a clip from Bree. Play it again, Z. Play it again.
Whatever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although I don't have that. There are other areas of my life that are flourishing, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, my friendships and, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm gonna be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen. That it may not ever happen. And so it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making much sense in this video.
You know what I'm getting real sick and tired of? Being single. And I get it. It's gonna be some people in the comments talking about, you don't need a man to validate you. You should be by yourself. You should use this time to work on you. Child, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm sick and I'm tired and I'm sick of being single. I'm trying to come home to somebody every night. I'm trying to get my booty rubbed on. I'm trying to put on a cute dress and some heels and go out to dinner. I'm trying to get a bill or two paid. Like, I don't need a companion, somebody to talk to. I don't give a fuck about no validation.
Personally, I am done with all women-centered events in 2025. The women empowerment brunches, lunches, the ladies' nights, I'm just gonna take a pause. Like, I need heard enough. I have my sisterhood. Of course, I'm open to making new friends, but there's other ways to do that and to spend my money. Like, where's the...
All of these women are showing signs of internalized misogyny. Huh? These are pick-me's. Shorthand for pick-me's. Huh? Not that they know what they want. They're done with the single life. They hate the single life. They're willing to do some trade-offs. It's not that. It's internalized misogyny. You should, unless you get everything on your delusional list, you should be perfectly okay with being single. Just lean on your networks and your friendships and your networks and your friendships and your networks and your friendships and your family full of other single women. Yeah. Continuing.
You have to explain the decisions that you make because your dating preferences are based on internalized racism that manifests itself as colorism. So it's you that have to explain yourself and why you're choosing to do the things that.
Yep. It's never late. Ever late. It's never late. Huh? Continuing.
You do. Black women don't have to. Is this not a patriarchy? This is a patriarchy. Black women don't have to explain what they're doing and how they're choosing to claw themselves out of the patriarchy that they find themselves in.
Bingo. Bingo right there. She just did a twofer. I don't know if y'all caught it. Black women get to do whatever. This is how they weaponize intersectionality. They weaponize intersectionality in two ways. They use it to benign neglect any concerns from black boys and men. Right? Because they get to fling you over to the man category as if you're some type of white man. Now, at the same time, they're insulting you for not being white men, not having the status or the power, the social power, the networks, the familial lines. But to minimize your plight and to dismiss whatever the hell you're talking about, they throw you over there to the quote-unquote patriarchy with white men. So she just did that. Right? And then they get to also say, I get a discount on my behavior because of intersectionality, because I'm black plus woman plus dark skin plus conventionally unattractive, or at least considered unattractive conventionally. So because of that, I shouldn't be scrutinized so harshly. Unlike the rest of you, you should have the book thrown at you because you are a failed white patriarch. Don't expect her to use these exact same words. She would actually deny it if she heard it, but she just said it. She didn't say it in those words. She just said it. Isn't this a patriarchy? In other words, aren't we going by your rule brick? Are we going by your rule book? Black men wrote the rules? When? This is how black women like this weaponize intersectionality. Benign neglect, dismiss what the hell you talking about because you are a white man. But you're not, though. Huh? And this also allows for me to behave however I want to behave and get a discount on whatever punishment or whatever ridicule, whatever scrutiny, because it's not my system. It's the men's system. And in the black community, it's the black man. But like low-key, we all know that the black community is a matriarchy, but isn't it a patriarchy? You see? You see there? That's why you hear some of these women sometimes say, no, the black community is not a matriarchy. It's a failed patriarchy. In other words, you black men failed, and that means I get to do whatever the hell I want to do. Ain't no rules for me. Rules for thee, no rules for me. That's how they keep it 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You gotta love it. Huh? Exactly. And Charles says, black men's colorism sent the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. You hear me? For real. You gotta love it. Let them talk. The internet will expose us all. This is why I use the phrases I use. Yeah, it's taken hours to dissect a 30-minute clip that I fast forwarded, by the way. It's not just some pop culture stuff. We are detailing, and I'm gonna do a part 2 to the part 2 of the stream I just did yesterday, the economic stream I just did yesterday, the What Money stream. We're documenting this because, shout out to the nameless protagonist, black men are gonna get their Mandalorianism on. It's gonna happen. I already see it. It's gonna happen. Black men are gonna get their Mandalorianism on globally. Black American men are gonna get their Mandalorianism on globally. Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta behind them. It truly is going to be some indifference towards black women. Not hateful indifference, not hate, but not neglect either. They're just going to have a completely different view of the world and of being black. Huh? I would argue they're just going to see the world different. That doesn't mean there's not going to be certain pitfalls and certain stereotypes that still remain. I'm arguing that you ain't seen nothing yet, black women. Huh? You're playing a very dangerous game. And time's up. Continuing.
And you black men are barely making anything better. Why they're choosing to say, I would like to marry or mate with a man who is my economic equal, because I've seen what this scenario and this situation has done for my mother and my grandmother. I choose.
But there are more black men that earn $100,000 a year. Everything above the $50,000 a year line, black men outnumber black women. I've bought this up before. BGS has bought this up before. Everything over $50,000 a year, black men outnumber black women. Above $50,000 a year, above $75,000 a year, above $90,000 and $100,000 a year, millionaires, billionaires. There are more black billionaires in America that are black men. There are more black millionaires, black men, than black women. There are more black men that earn $100,000 a year or more. There are more black men that earn $75,000 a year or more. There are more black men that earn $50,000 a year or more. So the problem isn't that black women have very few choices of black men in this. The conversation actually, madam, is, are black women up to par for the black men who are stable and above? Do black women, in aggregate, do they have the comportment? Do they have the fitness and weight? Do they have the discipline? That's the question for black women's chronically single asses. Black men earn more than black women. Black men have more wealth than black women. Everything above $50,000 a year, black men outnumber black women by hundreds of thousands of black men. What the hell are you talking about? And even if black men didn't, you know what, for argument's sake, throw all the numbers in the trash, fine. And even if black women did out-earn black men don't owe black women nothing. Once again, to my title.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Line, I can't do a panel because actually I gotta end out soon because Ms. Z, y'all. Ms. Z. So yeah. It's one of the days where I actually got a little bit of time. Got a little bit of time with. I ain't trying to be fussed out. Now I don't want you to be like, you messed that up. Continuing.
This scenario and this situation has done for my mother and my grandmother. I choose a different strategy for me. And maybe it doesn't necessarily work out, but these are the set of decisions that I choose to make with my life. And I don't have to explain that to the likes of patriarchy. You don't. You don't have to explain yourself to these men. You don't. You don't. I think what black women are asking for and how it is being...
I want to stress this. Miss Tanika, you are 150% right. You don't have to explain anything to black men. But there is a consequence to your negative liberty. To all women, period, on planet Earth. You don't have to explain yourself to men. Unless, of course, you're like Islam and very orthodox about it. You don't have to explain yourself. There is a consequence, though, to your negative liberty. Ms. Tanika, you have expressed in a myriad of different ways that black women owe black men nothing. I agree with you, but you have to appreciate what that means for black women, not for black men. What does it mean for black women when black men appreciate and know black women owe them nothing? And black men start moving and conducting themselves like black women owe them nothing. And black men now also feel liberated because they too realize that they owe black women nothing. That is the question for black women. Huh? And talking about questions, and thank you for the super chat, Ben. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Ben says she's not completely useless, Z. I got a good perfume recommendation from her YouTube shorts for the good women in my life. Let her be liberated into madness. Look, I need to find like a clip that like shout out to Single by Choices. They have funny ways of like sending women to the nether realm, realm in like the end of their videos when they're dissecting whether it's a Kendra G video or whatever, and or what's her name is it Ashley, whatever her name is, Ashley Dalton or whatever, and the way they end it when they send them when they put them on that submarine or whatever, it'd be the funniest thing in the world. Glazed Galaxy, what's the other one they do? Shout out to the brothers from Single by Choices. But yeah, I need to find like a way of like sending these women to the moon, to Jupiter or something, blast them off to space, something like that, right? But yeah, leave her liberated to madness. I gotta find a way to like remix Black Uru's Liberated to Madness and just send her into Liberated to Madnessville or something like that, right? And thank you for the super chat, Ben. Thank you for the super chat, right? The pit, right? Exactly. This is Sparta kick to him or something, right? Ejecto C. You know what? Somebody's using somebody. Look, see, that's why you got the masters, brother. That's why you got the masters. We gonna get the clip. We're gonna shout out to Tyrese. Shout out to Fast and Furious 2. Ejectocito, cuz that's the clip. We go. Thank you, Vince. That's the clip. That's the clip. The Ejectocito cuz clip. There you go. That's the one. I'll find it. That's the clip right there. Ejectocito, cuz that's it. What more do you want from me? Right. Continuing.
Black women are saying we do not want there to be an unequal burden of financial responsibility. And what people are interpreting that as, black women are gold diggers. That's not the truth. That's not what was said. A lot of black women.
You're right. That isn't what he said. Nah, no, that's not what you meant to say. He didn't say. Okay, for all of you that's just coming in, where in the world do you listen to what she said? How people are interpreting. I'm gonna play it again. This is like the fourth or fifth time I'm playing this. We're gonna play this again. It's only about a minute and 15 seconds. Y'all tell me where the hell she's getting her analysis from. Play it again for the people, Z.
Going to Morehouse College taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is. Classism is keeping a lot of us single. And I don't hear us talk about that enough as we're having these conversations on these apps about the high rates of singleness amongst us super educated and us super successful black adults. We need to introduce into the conversation the role that classism plays in keeping us single. Because the truth is, a lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single not because they've never met someone who makes them feel safe. They're single not because they've never met someone they find to be substantive. They're single not because they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. A lot of these super educated, super successful black adults are single because they haven't met someone who meets their family's ideals of suitable. And that's something we need to talk about when we're having these think pieces about the high rates of singleness amongst super educated, super successful black adults. It's that it's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel safe. It's not that they haven't met someone that makes them feel special. They haven't met someone who matches their family's ideals of suitable. And this post is not an attack on standards. Have your standards. I have my standards. But when we're having conversations about singleness, let's be honest about how our standards are keeping us single. Like, the truth is, classism is keeping a lot of us cold at night, and classism is keeping a lot of us from considering people we actually might be compatible with.
Lion, I'm gonna give her that. Lion says, notice he said adults and not just black women, and she took it personally. Lion says that, and where's the other one that I want to? And all for one black man says, funny, he never stated a gender. You know what? I actually agree with her. He said adults, he meant black women. He said classism, he meant elitism. Elitist black women are single out here, not because they didn't meet a substantive man, not because they didn't meet someone that kept them safe or that did right by them. Simply put, he didn't earn enough. You know what? That's what that's what he truly meant. I would argue that's what he truly meant. He knew better than to use the words. He was trying to play it safe, and women like this caught it, and they're like, absolutely not. No, no, no. Like Matumbo, no, no. We reject it. Fine, ladies. And we still don't owe you that. Huh? And we still don't owe you that. Huh? And Lion says, so that would make her a hypergamous failure. Yes, and they throw in a temper tantrum. The ladies don't appreciate, we don't owe them hypergamy. We don't owe them climbing up the hypergamous ladder. We don't owe them building the hypergamous ladder. Women are throwing the biggest fit in the world because the men are not on my level. We don't owe you being on your level. We don't owe you not making fun of you. We don't owe you not mocking you. We don't owe you not pointing at you and laughing at you. Divester fails. We don't owe you not pointing at you and laughing at you when you get into same-sex loving relationships. But that might be bordering on top of homophobic talk and whatever the hell. We don't owe you none of it. Huh? But once again, where do you hear that brother implying, suggesting any type of gold digger talk? What he is saying and being very clear about is your elitism might be the primary reason. It may be a reason, or it might be the reason why you're so damn single. None of that said anything about gold digging. He didn't say it. Not only did he not say anything about gold digging, he didn't imply it or suggest it. He was very clear. Ladies, this is, as y'all are saying in the comments, hit dog holler. He's being very clear. Even if you are operating at an elite level as a woman, nothing wrong with that. And you're holding out for the elite man. That doesn't even necessarily mean you're looking. It just means that you're not going to date anyone that you don't feel that's on your economic level. As you were saying, Miss Tanika, nothing wrong with that, right? What he is saying is maybe that's what's keeping you so damn single. Are you okay with that? And if what Vince is saying is true, where he's in the church, that means he is privy to certain conversations. The women aren't okay with it. He's letting them know, hey, that elitism is keeping you single. Are you okay with that? They're saying no in so many words. Now, will they budge? Probably not, knowing black women, because everything is seen as settling, and they don't want their homegirls and their girlfriends, like you, to make fun of them and mock them and insult them. Oh, you see, she with that little man with his little job. Huh? You saw homegirl such and such, and you see who she with? Oh, she settled. Girl, not me. I could never. Ooh, well, she like it. I love it. Huh? All that little backbiting ass comments, little sassy ass comments y'all be throwing at each other. Huh? Continuing.
To be theirs, and then have to come home and deal with the household chores, the children, etc. Right? And so how is that being interpreted as now I'm a gold digger? Black women are saying we're looking for a man with a very specific set of experiences. And of course, that is being interpreted as, oh, she's being classist. No.
Black women are looking for men with certain set of experiences, and that's being interpreted as if she's being classist. Because it's classist. Look, you don't owe us not being classist. To be fair, you don't owe us not having your requirements. But call it what it is. Oh, man. And it's being reinterpreted as classist because it's classist. You don't owe us not being classist. You can wave that banner all day, every day. Exactly, Lion. Experiences. Black women are looking for black men with a certain set of experiences. We don't owe you practicing elitism with you. Quite frankly, madam, we don't owe you the power couple. Whatever Jay-Z, Beyonce, power couple dreams you got going on, we don't owe you that. Go get it from the white man. If he not giving it, go get it from the Latino. If he not giving it, go get it from the Asian. Have fun with that one. He not giving it. If he's not giving it, go engage in same-sex loving relationship. If you don't want to do same-sex loving relationship, then be single with your goddamn Rose toy, your 5 cats, and your dog, Amanda Seals. Huh? All for one says she looking for Liam Nielsen. Why can't I ever say Neeson? Mr. Z I can't pronounce this man's name for anything. With that, Z over here fumbling and tumbling. Yeah, I got a certain set of skills. Exactly, certain set of experiences. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Oh, she's trying to be taken. She wanted to take it type of relationship. Hysterical. We're looking for men with certain type of experience, certain set of experiences. I got a certain set of skills. I get you. Oh man, look. This was a good review. We ain't done yet. We almost done. I got to go. Oh man, shout out to you, Miss Tanika. This was great. Oh, this was great. Continuing. Oh man.
Of course, that is being interpreted as, oh, she's being classist. No. Black women have had the opportunity to refine their tastes, to explore the world, to be intellectually curious, to be able, probably because of our gender, to have.
Black women have had the ability to refine their taste and to explore the world. How many black women got a passport? Refine their taste? How many black women been to a 5-star restaurant? Black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Black women have the least amount. The outliers are doing too much talking. Now y'all see why Mr. Z coined that term. This is a really bad look, by the way. If you can't accurately read black women's socioeconomic condition, the masses of them, because these outlier assholes keep on trying to protect their little fragile ass ego, so they talking like this, then we don't direct the resources to where it needs to go. The young men, the children, and the women in the struggle. Because these asshole outliers, oh, we good? Me and all my girls are good. We good? Black women have refined their taste, or however she said it. Madam, how many black women have ever been to a 5-star restaurant? How many black women have been to Ruth Chris? Huh? We're not even going all the way up. Huh? This is what makes these conversations a bit frightening. The outliers are doing so much talking, they don't really appreciate how much they condemn the masses of their sistren. Because all they want to do is protect their position. But the majority of black women, the vast majority of black women, are nowhere near where you are. Black women have the least amount of wealth in America. And yet you talking like you some elitist, not even elitist, sorry, wrong word, elite. Not even elitist, no, an elite white woman. Black women refine their taste. How many black women have had filet mignon, T-bone ribeye that costs a couple $100 and done the way the restaurant would suggest? Medium rare, medium well. $200 steak, just a $200 steak. Nothing too crazy, just a $200 steak. I didn't even go all the way up to what your tone suggests. Huh? How many black women have spent on themselves at a restaurant? $300. I didn't say 1,000. I didn't say 500. I said $300. Fine dining and whatnot, right? We're doing a weird Cheesecake Factory conversation all over again. That's what she's saying right here. We refined our tastes. We've experienced the world. Most Americans don't have a passport. Most black women don't have a passport. Travel the world where? If you give your average American a map and start ask them where Iraq is, Iran is, Israel is. These are countries that stay in the headlines. Ask them to point out Israel on a map. Ask them to point out Venezuela on a map. Huh? North Korea on a map. France, Germany, Spain, Portugal on a map. Britain on a map. I didn't even say you're black. I didn't even say black women specifically. I said your average American. Somalia on a map. I'm mentioning countries that stay in the headlines. Haiti on a map. My mother country. Where my dad's from, where my grandparents on my mother's side from. Haiti on a map. Huh? Mr. Nico, travel the world? Black women? American black women? Huh? All these places, I ain't gonna go that far. Season 6 Canada on the map. I ain't gonna go that far. I thought it though. I thought it too. I ain't want to go that far. That's a bit insulting. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say your average American know where to find Canada on the map. If they don't, that would be frightening. Oh, that would be frightening. They ain't finding Guam on the map. Passport OG, stop it. Stop, Passport OG. They ain't gonna find Guam on the map. They ain't gonna find Guam on the map. Huh? Telescope said you say Haiti, they'll point to Cuba. You know what? Assuming that they get the island of Hispaniola correct, I don't know if they gonna put Haiti on the right side. They might put Haiti on the Dominican side. Huh? That's hysterical, Telescope. Huh? Oh man. The places I'm only mentioning places that stay in American news headlines, or at least been part of American news headlines for the past few years. Ukraine on the map. I don't want to say Russia. I really don't want to say Russia. It's the largest goddamn country landmass on the planet. There's no way you can't find Russia. I'll say it anyway. Russia on the map. Huh? Oh boy. I'm not speaking about the places that we rarely mention, that's hard to find. No. Somalia, of all places. Israel, of all places. Huh? Iraq, Iran, Sudan. Huh? Syria. These are places that we stay talking about them. Afghanistan. And she talking about traveling the world. World travelers. How many Americans have their passport? How many Americans have 5 stamps on their passport? 5. Not 20. Not 50. 5. Huh? The Rita Rivas said, "You ask Ukraine, they'll point to Poland." Oh man, well, you would have to know about news, but just based off of news in history, if you know enough, you can map your way from Germany to the surrounding nations. But you would have to have watched a few documentaries, or at least listen in history class and civics class. Like, you would have to have learned, you would have to have at least know some base knowledge. So even if you didn't necessarily know for certain where they were on the map because you didn't watch enough documentaries, you remember, like, okay, well, France got to be over here on this side. That means that Poland's over here on this side. Huh? I mean, Austria's over here. Well, if France is over here, that means that's Spain. And if that's Spain, that means that's Portugal. Huh? Oh, okay, they're going up that way. Okay, well, that gotta be Norway, that gotta be Denmark, that gotta be Finland, that gotta be. Huh? Okay, well, I mean, that's the UK. And if that's okay, so that's Scotland and Wales. Okay, that's over there. Okay, let's go all over here. Well, if that's China, then I mean that's North Korea, then I mean that's South Korea. Okay, then the islands. Okay, that gotta be Japan. Okay, then I mean that's Taiwan. Huh? Huh? For real? Anyway. $1,000 if they could Kirk Bridge Crimea. They're not, well, Crimea does hang down. They're not gonna find Crimea. Stop. Telescope, stop. They're not gonna find Crimea. They're not gonna find Crimea. They're not gonna find Ukraine to find Crimea. They're not gonna find Georgia. Plus, we haven't spoken about it since Russia went over there last time. Huh? Oh, okay. See, somebody mentioned, if you mention Georgia, they will think about Atlanta. Hysterical. It's not happening. It's not happening. I said all of that. That was super long-winded. I know. Just to make sure that we emphasize all of this talk of this elitist talk. Madam, let's say you're emphasizing that you climbed your way out and you need someone with the same type of tenacity and all this elite. You're sounding like Ebony K. Williams. Cool, that's great, but we don't owe you that. That's number one. Number two. Number three, you're attempting to emphasize that now you're of a higher caliber, right? You like the finer things in life. And you're looking for, as you've emphasized, someone with a certain set of experiences. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with Black women wanting that, demanding that even. We just don't owe you that. And a Black man saying to Black women that maybe your classist, I would say elitist ideas are what's keeping you single. Well, maybe he's right. No, he's damn right. For a certain class of Black women. Now, mind you, you could hear him, agree with him, and decide not to change a damn thing. Nothing wrong with that. And quite frankly, that's what it is for most of you. You know he right. You're not going to change a damn thing. Nothing wrong with that. Stay your ass single then. And shut the hell up. But that's the part y'all won't do. See, you're not going to stop insulting Black men. See, that's one thing you're not going to do. You're not going to shut the hell up. Not that. Continuing.
Hobbies and activities, even if we're raised poor. right? Like I know so many black women who are friends who grew up drastically different and are still able to be friends because they have a set of experiences that they all share. A lot of that is cultivated in college, and they're saying let us be intellectually curious, let us care about the world around us, let us go travel, let us set some money aside for certain things, let us not be so risky, let us be a little bit risk averse around certain things, and that is being interpreted as black women are being elitist.
Z, you still there? I'm still here. Okay. So we're to believe that black women are traveling the world in real number. In real number, so out of the 20 some odd million, 22-ish, 23-ish, whatever million black women there are, adult black women, what percent of them have traveled to more than 2 countries outside of the US? What the hell are you talking about, Miss Tanika? The outliers are doing too much talking. A handful of black women have these experiences. They went to Italy for the Italian experience, wink wink, giggity. They've been to Jamaica for the boyfriend experience for a week, or Bahamas for the boyfriend experience for the week. Shout out to Dexter St. Jacques. And now they had all these experiences. Shut the hell up. You've been pogo sticked in, madam. Shut the hell up. Where are all these black women with all these experiences? Single black women have the least amount of wealth in America, and yet they're traveling overseas left and right? 17 stamps in their passport, 22 stamps in their passport, 38 stamps on them. Stop! The outliers are doing too much talking. This is how far y'all willing to go to protect your BS crap. Huh? Not only is this not the experience for the 51% majority of black women, this is not the experience for the 85% majority of black women. What the entire hell are you talking about, Miss Tanika? Y'all do black women such a disservice when y'all do this whole, oh, I've been here and I done this, and have you ever been to this restaurant? Oh, look at these shoes, and they were like $1,000. They were $1,500. And you know how rare this is? Cut the crap. Continuing.
Black girlfriend told you that maybe you should get a passport, maybe you should be intellectually curious about the world. You decided that you didn't want to do that and you didn't want to invest in that, and that seemed like it wasn't interesting, right?
Madam, you are so educated. You said seemed like. Yeah, I caught it. I've been catching her flipping, saying the wrong words. But Mr. Z, you do it too. Yeah, Mr. Z is a community college dropout. That's not claiming that I'm better than others. Oops. I'm not claiming some false elitism. You said seemed like. Real smooth. What you thought, Mr. Z ain't catch it? I caught it. Maybe I heard wrong. It's possible. It's not something to harp on. We're not going to spend too much time speaking about it. But madam, if you are so elite, then why are you talking about seemed like? I'm just saying. Now, people fumble and tumble and stumble and work all the time, including elites, highly educated folks. That's understandable. But defending your defending your right to be an elitist asshole while saying seemed it like, I don't know, madam, I don't know. Probably not a good look. Y'all give me a second. We're going to play this while this is going on in the background.
And when girls 25 and under were invested in building theirs and making men, y'all didn't want to be made and y'all didn't want to be built. And you said, well, this is who I am. And I mean that across class lines. I know black men to this day who do not have a certain set of experiences and they're 40 years old and they have master's degrees. I know women who are black women who are saying, I would like you to explore therapy. I would like you to be able to, concoct a coherent sentence, text message in the morning. At 40 years old, at 35 years old, I would like you to do that. And you're not going to sit up here and tell me as a 6-foot black man with a bachelor's degree that you did not have a slew of women in your past that was telling you that. I just know based on.
What is her obsession with height? It's like the second time at least, that she didn't mention 6 feet, 6 feet. 14% of Americans 6 feet or above, or is it 14% of men in particular 6 feet and above? Women have to appreciate that maybe the men don't value the same things you value and you ain't gonna make them. I'm not only speaking about therapy, I'm speaking about this quote-unquote traveling. Oh, you haven't been here? Oh my God, how are you 40 and you got a bachelor's degree or master's degree and you make this much money and you haven't been to this country? Have you ever considered that's just not on his bucket list? That's not on his priorities? Have you ever considered that? And the men don't see therapy as a religion the way the women do? The men don't need to sit on somebody's couch. It does nothing for us, maybe. Definitely not to sit on no goddamn woman's couch. No female therapist couch. Have you ever considered that? Explore therapy. I want us to appreciate this is their new God themselves. Their new God is them themselves on a goddamn female therapist couch. Oh boy. Continuing.
I just know based on misogyny and patriarchy that you had a set of black women that were willing to forego all of their requirements on paper so that you could be the man that you needed to be and you still chose not to.
Who is she? Is this personal? This got to be personal. This sound personal, madam. You sounded. Did a man do you wrong? A black man did you wrong? Or you perceived a black man doing you wrong? What 6-foot dude you was drooling over that piped and left? Huh? Who are you talking about exactly, madam? Who are you talking about? Oh boy. Joe said personal as hell. Look, that's what it sounds like. Huh?
Be the man that you needed to be and you still chose not to. Your internalized homophobia is what is distancing you from your need to be emotionally available and accessible. And somehow that is being interpreted.
Homeboy talked about classism. Look at how far we went. I love when black women say, no, that's not the real issue. This is the real issue. Okay, all right. All right, continuing.
Financially, they're in the same economic bracket as women. A lot of them are second, third, fourth generation, middle class blacks. Some of them are first generation, first in their family to get it out the mud. It doesn't matter. This is existing across class lines. It is a racial issue. It is a gendered issue. And it's an issue that people need to interrogate, specifically men, specifically black men need to.
We don't need to do anything. This is what I'm trying to emphasize to you. We don't owe you that. Go get it from the white man who was in therapy. Go get it from the other black woman who was in therapy. Oops. Go get it from the other well-traveled black woman or white man. And hopefully he was in piping lady boys in Thailand. Oops. Goddamn, Z Robin too. Huh? Go get it from the white dude that was traveling around the world. And hopefully for your sake, I'm saying, hopefully for your sake, he wasn't out here with the lady boys. Huh? He wasn't out here with Ricky Martin living La Vida Loca, if you know what Mr. Z is saying. Huh? Continuing.
It's an issue that people need to interrogate, specifically men, specifically black men need to interrogate within their own community and stop laying the burden on women. Because at the end of the day, that is misogynistic. To always believe that the problem is a woman. When actually the problem is almost always, say it with me class, a man.
So you spun it. Oh, Mr. Z gets it. Oh, you know, because Mr. Z not college educated, so you know, Mr. Z a little slow on the uptake, you know, just a little special, right? Oh, I get it. You spent 30 goddamn minutes saying, no, 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 that's not the issue. The issue isn't black women in classism. The issue is black men are messed up as hell, and everything about them is messed up in hell, and they won't just protect, provide, and shut the hell up. Do what we say as black women. And that's another black man that gets his passport and travels, and that's another black man walking into his mother's house with his Latina girlfriend, hand in his hand. Yeah, about that. Yeah. It's not black women, it's almost always a man. And black men said, you know what? We're not going to argue with you. You know what? You're right. And you know the best way for me to get out of your hair, not bother you? I'm going to go over here with Consuela and Mei Ling and them. I'm going to go over here with Becky. You do whatever you want to do, whether that's stay single, whether that's end up with a non-black man, whether that's end up with a black woman. You do whatever you want to do. I'm going to be over here with these folks. Huh? I'm going to be over here with Ubuntu over here. Not the dudes out here with other dudes that's African. I'm just saying, I'm going to be out here doing something different, something else away from you. Mfufu. The LGBTQ brother's going to be with Ubuntu, and the other brothers are going to be with Mfufu. Away from you is what Mr. Z is saying. Away from you. And what we can see is black men's interracial marriage numbers are going up. Because all black women have is black men. If black men date out, that's it. When black men marry out, that's game over. So when a black woman like this, like Tanika says, the issue is black men, the issue is the way y'all think and y'all feel. And black men said, well, I'm not going to change me, so I'm going to just date out. Shout out to the black women who attempt to do the same. Let me know how it worked for you. When that dating out turns into a marriage out, it's game over. Huh? It's game over. Thank you. Lion says these deflection tactics, huh? That's all it is. All for One says, oh, don't bring that up, Z. I saw a lot of that in Thailand last year. White men with lady boys. I think I might have I saved the video because it was funny. Did I save it or did I screenshot it? I either saved it or I screenshot it. Dude just walking by in Thailand, videotaping, and then you see like some middle-aged white dude, kind of heavy set, not fat, but there, yeah. He's definitely, gut was definitely poking though. And he holding a lady, and you can the jawline on the lady boy, tall Asian lady boy. Dude got to be like, well, tall for East Asians. No offense to East Asian dudes. Look like maybe a 5'8", 5'9" tall lady boy. You could, hey, that jawline ain't no lie. But he kept that short haircut. It wasn't no fake ass long hair or whatever. But that jawline ain't no lie. And you read through the comments and people like, oh my God, would his wife find out? Oh my God, would his kids find out? Because the person who was recording, you could tell they're just recording around, walking down the street recording, and like they're just going from, let's say, panning from the left to the right, and you just catch it. You catch the probably American white dude, middle-aged white dude holding the lady boy's hand. It's like, oh, it's a wrap, bro. That footage come out, that's the end of your marriage. And your son gonna look at you like you ain't ish for the rest of your life. Huh? So, we know, but continuing.
Wait, say it with me, class. I'm in. Hello. A little data I saw in New York Times. This is old, but 2009 they said that black women, 70% of black women have never been married, ages 25 to 29. 70%. See, now I would be like, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That statistic is extraordinarily high compared to other racial groups. But when you look at the statistic for black women over 55, only 13% have never been married. That was back in 2009. I don't necessarily know what the statistics are today. But that's a fact, right? And so a lot of things could explain that data. Black women, first of all, it says never be, or who have never been married, meaning that those statistics over 55 could mean divorce. That obviously means that more black women are getting married over the age of 30 than any other group of people. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, okay? The statistics can mean a lot of things. And so I think that...
She almost made me say KMS is right. I almost did it, KMS. You almost got me. You almost got me, KMS. I swear, you almost got me. I almost said it. Almost. She said the statistics could say anything, and don't think Mr. Z didn't catch her saying never married and then said, oh, that could mean divorce. Oh, this is in defense of black women being elitist assholes and classist. Oh. Oh, my head hurts now. And that takes a lot because Mr. Z done built a lot of tolerance for the BS concerning black women. But this one right here is doing a number on Z. Jesus. This one right here is doing a number. This is what I'm saying, Hitflix. And Hitflix says, how does divorce equal never married? Look, she did say yapping. She did prepare us earlier. She said she be yapping on her channel. She did say it. She did say it, and thank you. Vince says, this is prime postmodernism. Say that. Oh, this is prime postmodernism. Words, definitions, what that mean? Numbers, stats, what that mean? There's multiple ways to interpret this. Oh, boy. Oh, whew. Look, KMS almost got me. He almost got me. Oh, this one right here. Oh, man. Telescope sis. Even got Z about to lose it. Look. I'm over here laughing like the Joker. Keep it together, Z. Keep it together. How far are you willing to go to protect nonsense? To protect, just to poke your thumb in men's eye, in black men's eye. How far are you willing to go? Rita Revise got me on this one. He says, the hamster wheel blew a spring. Look. This time. And this is not even no divester chick. This is just a black woman yapping. And you're like, oh. Look. Hey, shout out to the ladies. This right here. Anyway, continuing. We go end this one out. We have to actually end this one out because this right here is doing a number. Mr. Z gonna need a drink after this. We definitely gonna need a drink after this one. Continuing.
That there is a singleness epidemic or even a loneliness epidemic within the black female community. I just don't agree with that. I think that there are so many black women, and the data is not capturing this, that are in long-term partnerships, that are having meaningful relationships, and are actively choosing not to get married. I think there are some women who are not in relationships and are just choosing not to be married. And I don't think that's an indication of unhappiness amongst black women.
I agree with her on that. The issue is there are a lot of unhappy single black women who are pretending to be happy. I agree with you that there are single black women who are unpartnered who are happy. And there are definitely, I agree with you on the data not capturing the black women in long-term relationships that are quote unquote partnered, and they're not married, but they've been with someone for 5 and 6 years and they're content and they're happy. I agree with you. The data is not capturing that. You're 100% correct on that. With that, there are a bunch of single women who have astronomical quote unquote standards, who are unhappy with a single ass, miserable ass life, who tell us that they're perfectly happy and peaceful with a single ass, miserable ass life. And they get conflated with the, well, happily single women. And you know what they do oftentimes? We talk about whatever we're talking about concerning relationship, and they instantly go into gender war mode. Sound familiar, Miss Tanika? I'm just saying. Huh? Ah, Trell said, I said grab your brown liquor and your blunts at the beginning. Trell said, look, Z, I'm telling you. Thank you, exactly. And Krabby says, making 34 videos on how happy they are being single. Miserable as a mug. Miserable, rageful, vengeful, but made 34 damn videos about how happy they are being single. Exactly. Exactly. Huh? Continuing.
That says that, I don't see it. I just think overall the conversation was clickbait. I think it was clickbait. It's something that gets the people going. I think that, he was probably speaking from a personal experience, but I think to be, cast a very wide net and say black women and black people, I just think.
I know you ain't talking about personal experience. I know you're not the one saying he's probably talking from a personal experience. Not you. Madam, let's say you're not talking about from a personal experience. You deserve a goddamn Golden Globe, Mrs. He couldn't even get it out. Golden Globe Award for the acting. Madam, I know you not the one talking about he sound like he's coming from a personal experience. Not you. And once again, if you're not coming from a personal experience, you deserve a Golden Globe for the acting because, wow. Cheers. Continuing.
To be, cast a very wide net and say black women and black people, I just think the conversation is not had in good faith. And I think we need to be more.
Technically, madam, he never said black women. You said black women, black people. He said black people. Technically, madam, he never said black women. He didn't direct this specifically to black women. He was very selective with his words, very careful with his words. Now, I agree with you that he was directing this primarily towards black women. I agree with you on that. But if we go down to technicality, you can't bury him with black women because he never said that. And he stayed far enough away to not really imply or suggest it either, but me and you could both read through it. I think your analysis is 100% wrong. I think you have the fact, not even I think, you do have the facts wrong. With that, he could get you on the technicality because he never said black women. Huh? Just saying. Continue.
We're gentle when we have these conversations because people overanalyze, write about, talk about black people in relationships and black people in marriages and black people.
Madam, I will take that. I agree with you because Mr. Z is doing it right now. I just spent 4 hours on a 30-minute video. But madam, you spent 30 minutes on a minute and a half video. At least the video from him that I have, I sped it up, but it was about a minute and a half. Let's say it was 2 minutes. It's not 2 minutes, but let's say you spent 30 minutes replying to it though. You want to talk about overanalyze? Just saying you just did that. You said people. Are you including yourself? I'm including myself. I'm doing it right now. I'll take that. Are you including yourself though? You said people. You didn't say we. You said people. You didn't say us. You said people. Yeah, I'm gonna need that drink, Phil. I got brown at the house. Right. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell Ms. Z, look, when I walk in, have the Crown Royal on the rocks, please and thank you. Continuing.
It has been written about, it has been memeified, the women have been dragged, and I just think at the end of the day, the root cause is always patriarchy and misogyny. Women don't have to choose men. What if the women choosing each other?
Oh man, look, double entendre on that one, madam, because y'all black women definitely are choosing each other. Oh, that one, we do know that's definitely happening. 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. Now that one, look, Mr. Nico, they definitely doing that. Look, leave it up for a little while. See, 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. Now that one, they are. We know black women don't need to choose black men, madam. But black men are the ones who are showing you that they're not choosing. You can miss us with you can miss us with the "you can't find me, I quit, I'd rather be single." No one believes y'all. Like no one. But black men, black young men in specific, are showing you through action. They're exercise. All that we're gonna exercise our options talk that black women are saying, black men are doing. Sounds good. Shout out to the ladies. Sounds good. Sounds empowering. Ladies, we gonna let you negative liberty yourself right into that lifetime of solitude. Mr. Z Ramen. What about if the women are choosing other women? But y'all are though. You can't find me, I quit. You can't help who you love, Z. Love is love, and you can't help who you love. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah. The gift that keep on giving. Let them talk, I said. Let them talk. Black women can choose each other. They are. They are choosing each other, madam. They are choosing each other. No? You can't fire me, I quit. Yeah, that's it. Lame. Continuing.
I just don't understand why this conversation consistently comes up. And I think it is because there is this just inherent cultural belief that there is something so wrong with singleness.
Because throughout human history, there's something so wrong with singleness. Throughout human history, I didn't say American history. I said human history. You mean the two different sides of the human species, the two different sexes not coming together is not a problem? The oldest race on the planet, living race on the planet, the ones of them that got captured, enslaved, and brought to America, them not coupling up is not a problem. That's what you're saying. I don't understand. What's the problem with human beings not coupling up? You mean the group, the animal, the species, the social creatures? Everything that you see, everything that you are is because human beings have coupled up. They have communicated. They have been in nuclear families, in tribes, societies, communities, city-states, states, nations, countries. Huh? All of that built off of man, woman, XXXY chromosome. coming together, and you say, with your infinitely elitist ass, you don't see what the problem is? Clans, yeah, but forgot to mention that. Clans, thank you, Tro. And you don't know what the problem is? Yeah. Remember, y'all, supposedly college educated and doesn't see a problem with elitism. If this is what elitism look like, oh man, we might have a problem. Our elites might need to do better. Claiming elitism, but forwarding weird ideas, I don't know. Anyway, continuing.
And I'm just over it. I'm just irritated by it. I'm tired of having the conversation. Like, how many married women have to tell y'all that this is not, Disneyland? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. But, I wish the single women out there who were injured by that conversation, who were injured by those remarks, who felt a little less inadequate.
Shout out to Vince. Injured. I see you, Vince. Injured by those remarks. Injured? Injured? Injured. Let me get this right. A less than 2-minute long video speaking about classism being, or possibly being, a reason why Black young folks are not coupling up. A less than 2-minute long video. He had an even tone. He wasn't sassy. He wasn't smug. He wasn't accusatory. And that caused injury? A less than 2-minute long video of a young man forwarding an idea. Hey, maybe some of this classist idea, he meant to say elitism, maybe some of this classism is causing us to be single. And he even threw people's family under the bus. Maybe, I won't even blame you. I'll say your family's classism is causing you to not consider this other person because you're afraid of what your family will think. A young Black man forwarding that caused injury? A less than 2-minute long video caused injury, is what you're saying. That's frightening. And the Arena Revive says, and thank you for the super chat, with a few exceptions, Black moms put boys in Negro boxes more than girls, limiting our experiences. We have to expand our horizons ourselves. Huh? Yeah, so we don't face injury. Right? We have to expand our horizons so that when we are faced with the slightest pushback, the absolute slightest pushback, when somebody just pokes their finger up, their index finger, and say, have you considered? We don't now feel injured. See, you took this a whole different direction than what the Arena Revive was saying. I know. Huh? She talking about feeling injured. Jeez. Wow. And thank you for the super chat, Arena Revive. Wow. That one hit me, y'all. That one's kind of scary. Not even kind of, a lot. Continuing.
Who were injured by those remarks, who felt a little less inadequate, who felt harmed, who felt like they need to lower their standards, because honey, these conversations are always about Black women needing to lower their standards. Let's pull you down a notch. Let's figure out a way to tell you you're not exactly who you actually are, right? Like, I just
And that right there, everyone, is what she heard. That is what she heard. This is frightening. Why this is frightening is I played the video. He was so even. He was careful with his words. But what this young lady heard was, you're not that. You need to lower your standards and end up with a bum dude. You need to bring it down a notch. You gotta love where we are right now. This is Amanda Seales and Ebony K. Williams, y'all. This is Amanda Seales and Ebony K. Williams. This is Amanda Seales with her 5 dogs and her vibrator. Excuse me, not 5 dogs. She said 5 cats. With her 5 cats, her 1 dog, and her vibrator. This is Amanda Seales' words, and this is Ebony K. Williams with that test tube baby. People tell them to reconsider, read some literature, and they say those sound like fighting words. And that's what this young lady just engaged in. That's what this lady and Relevant says. Feminism has them thinking in absolutes. You're either a bum or rich. That's what they're saying. That's what the ladies are saying. Oh boy, continuing.
Do it and it doesn't work for you and you need to change, do that. Right? These conversations always, they're just not happening in good faith. And I don't think there's a man alive that can have this conversation in good faith and women receive it in a way that is coming from the left or more progressive. Because these conversations are always fodder for the alt-right. I don't think that was his intention, but I just think these conversations are always used with, religious undertones and, traditionalism and, women are the problem. It's just fodder for this continuous and perpetual red pill, alt-right, trad wife, something is wrong with black women, pseudo hypergamy mess. I'm just not invested in it. And I don't think
it's not pseudo hypergamy, and more women are invested in hypergamy than you would like to admit. Me and you both know the women are going. Me and you both know that the reason why, what I love that we put a word to women in that monkey branching. Because it's fascinating watching y'all run from that word when we all know the masses of women globally, including in the West, including women that make good money, that are highly educated, they're hypergamous as hell. So miss me with the pseudo hypergamy. No, women are hypergamous and we all know it. Huh? And we all know it. Y'all going. I'm not going. Yes, sit your ass down. We're not talking about the exceptions to the rule. Y'all going. Nothing wrong with that, ladies, but you got to eat that. Huh? Continuing.
Trad wife, something is wrong with black women, pseudo hypergamy mess. I'm just not invested in it. And I don't think any of us should be. And I think 2026, we have to say no. That's my spiel for the day. I only put on my eyebrows and my eyeshadow.
Actually, black women are going to do worse financially in 2026. Mark my words. Black women are going to do worse in 2026. You heard it. That's not me wishing. That's me looking out in the landscape and the environment. You don't really appreciate who the hell Trump is, and more importantly, who the hell Stephen Miller is. JD Vance is. Y'all wanted to be the face and the mascot for the negative liberty, and I don't need no man, and JD Vance and Stephen Miller and Vivek Ramaswamy and Sagar and Jetty and Big Balls said, oh, we heard you. I bet. Watch this. Huh? It's not pseudo hypergamy talk. It's not anything that you claimed, man. Black women owe black men nothing, but black men owe black women nothing right back. You can't maintain a black community like this, a society like this. You can't maintain anything like this. With that, this is what it is.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Just like that. Oh man. So on that note, y'all, that was way too long. I'm not gonna do that again. I don't see me doing this for a while. But this was a 30-minute long video. Mr. Z turned this into 4.5 hours. I gave y'all a 4.5 hour monologue. Jesus. Y'all got me today. Y'all got me today. I gotta go chill with Miss Z. Oh man, and try not to fall asleep. That ain't gonna happen. She gonna be mad. Y'all got a 4.5 hour long monologue because this one right here, Loki deserved it. Wow. All the sass, all that sass broke the goddamn Richter scale, everyone. That sass broke the Richter scale. That smacking, that sass. She admitted she yapped, so she warned us at the beginning. Shout out to Mr. Nika. I'll go through her page. We'll see what her channel, better yet. We'll see what else she got. Oh boy. Right? It matters that we cover these things. I saw the clips, floating around. A couple of people covered it concerning what this brother said about classism. And this generally was the response.
Taught me how much classism is keeping a lot of black adults single. And it is.
It's not classism, it's capitalism. No one gets paid enough to live anymore. Broke niggas never needed help digging themselves their own grave. They treat women badly, and then they get upset when we won't settle for the bare minimum. All the black women I know in my entire life, my besties, my classmates, everybody I know, all the black women I know make 6 figures. It's niggas who don't have money. And if you want black women to settle for less, ask the men to treat us better. It's classism, it's classism. No one makes enough fucking money to live. And instead of organizing around that reality, y'all want us to settle for less and date broke ass niggas. No, I'm not buying the propaganda.
That young lady said in 30 seconds what it took the other young lady to say in 30 minutes. Z, I know you ain't talking, y'all right. With that, that's essentially, to sum up everything Miss Tanika was saying. There you go. 30 seconds. It took her 30 seconds to say what Miss Tanika, but she was putting on makeup or whatever the hell she was doing. What it took her 30 minutes to say. To sum it all up, that is what the ladies heard from that young man. Huh? That is what they heard. Settled for bum dudes, for bum black men. You gotta, they always say that crap. All the black women I know make 6 figures. Meanwhile, single childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. And yet you talk to any one of these black women, they record themselves on the internet, they call into Kevin Samuels, they call into Kendra G, they call into what's her name, Ashley Dalton, and it's I make 6 figures, I'll do it, we're professional, I got a PhD. Yawn. Huh? Relevance says, please send her this video. That lady is not watching no 4.5 hour long response to her 30-minute long video. She factually inaccurate as hell, though. I want to know where all the black women earning more than their black male counterparts. It exists, clearly. And disproportionately, there's more black women earning more than black men than in any other race. True. With that, black men still earn more than black women. Black men still earn more. Black men still have more wealth. Black men still have more businesses. Black men still employ more people. Exactly. Relevance says every chick on Kendra G is an entrepreneur. Of course. Of course. They always gonna claim that. Does lashes and hair made a cool extra $3,000-$4,000 last year. Nothing wrong with that. And she a whole entrepreneur. Huh? She made an extra $5,000 last year. She a whole entrepreneur. You can't tell her nothing. I hear you, ladies. I hear you. Huh? This is needed, everyone. We cover these weirdo things, these weirdo people, spend hours covering 30-minute long videos. Oh boy, I can't believe I did that. To emphasize, we're going to let these people live the life they want to live. And no reach back. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. One of these lame dudes going to reach back with that. And we don't even know if she married or not. I didn't even look to see. Homegirl could be married. She said she kind of framed something a little weird. So she could be in a whole relationship for what we know. I wouldn't be surprised. Dudes be signing up for any old thing. And I guess that is the hope, that they can be as toxic and as sexist and as misandrous practicing as misandrous as they want to be. And somewhere along the line is the over 6 feet tall, chiseled chin, high earning, black woman ass kissing black man who's going to find all of those qualities in her that are enraging, well, find them endearing. Huh? Trill says, selling lashes, bundles, and bucks. You hear me? That's funny, by the way. Lashes, bundles, and bucks, for real. So on that note, y'all, we're going to pause right there. We ain't going to go 4 hours. That's what we're not going to do. But we'll pause right there. Thank y'all for listening, especially all the people that jumped in early, got in early. Thank y'all for listening. Oh, boy. And we'll leave with Leon. And Leon says, all black women are friends after they join a sisterhood, even with women in their tax bracket. And boom, now they're all best friends. Now they are best friends. Yeah, exactly. Right. So on that note, y'all, we'll truly pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. Shout out to Homegirl. You get nothing. Right. And we're out.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.